It's popping gamers. We're kind of like, all right. I realize I haven't streamed in like a week. Okay, I promise this wasn't. Well, I mean, oh yeah. Let me restart. I'm like stumbling over myself. I haven't streamed in like a week. Wait, did I stream on Twitch? I might have streamed on Twitch. I don't recall. I don't think I did though. I think I only appeared on like Bream's stream or something. But last week, deathly ill, pretty fucked up, so sad, depressed, and you know, foul, absolutely pouring with nasty fluids dripping from my ears and nose and mouth, hacking up a storm, everything. Not pleasant. But I I think we're chilling now. Still dealing with like the fallout, but I mean, pretty okay. I honestly probably could have streamed on Monday. The past like week has been a weird blur, in part because of the sickness and in part because of a few other things, school and the like. But yeah, we're back, baby. Hopefully we're gonna stick on the same general schedule, except for Friday. I might push Friday stream to Saturday. I'm not sure yet. Plans still need to be finalized. But yeah. Anyway, I honestly barely remember where we left off here. Oh right. So we fucking died. Right. We fucking died up here. Got our head chopped off. That wasn't very nice. Thankfully the Zed spell was like AO and we spawned back here. Trouble is we lost a max stamina. And it seems like that is a thing that will probably keep occurring. So, let's try not to die again. Now, what do we know? We know the like captain of the guard, who's like right here. We can escape. We can get out of like his bad graces by like knowing who the woman on the wall is and being like, "Hey, yo, dude, like we're chilling, man." Other than that, I don't really think there's a decent enough way to get up here, honestly. There's a little hole in the back of the tower, though. Maybe we can climb through that. I'm joking, but right. So where were we here? We'd like just entered an inn. I think we were gonna like make some money or some shit. Whoa, wait, hold on. We might run into flanker here. Okay. Let's see. All right. To enter the tavern, you're forced to duck under the low door frame. The whole building seems to have sunk at least a foot into the ground, either from age, neglect, or both. You're probably safe from the guard patrols in here. Most of the crowd are merchants or other visitors to Mampang. You see a good number of messengers and clerks returning from far-flung eastern areas of the Archmage's growing kingdom. The crown has extended his grip across a wide area, much of it normally occupied by proud cultures who would fight back if it were not for the artifact's controlling powers. Now, it takes nearly as many bureaucrats as soldiers to maintain it all. There are several tables, both occupied and empty, and a little space at the bar. Let's check out the bar first. You force through the crowd until you reach the bar, which is covered in gouges and old bloodstains. The innkeeper is a scowling dwarf who spends more time shouting at customers to wait their turn than actually serving. After an age, he comes over to you. Ale is a gold piece. Or do you want something else? Need a room. I can't hear you. What do you want? Room. Why room, you tell the bartender. He looks surprised. Why don't you have anywhere to sleep, he asks. Traveler. The man frowns. I'm not familiar with that one. Which god do you follow to be a traveler? None. He shakes his head. You've foxed me. The innkeeper looks blank. If you want to sleep, there's a bed upstairs. That's fair game. If it's empty, then it's empty. With that, he turns back to his duties at the bar. Ale. He nods at you and begins to pour. You're reaching into your pouch when you hear a melodious voice say, "Don't trouble yourself." You see a handsome half-orc. You look up to see a handsome half-orc. She smiles. "I'll buy you one," she says with a mischievous tone. Thank you. I'm getting picked up in a bar in Sorcery. Fuck, am I get picked up? God damn, it's a half orc too. My golly, I've seen this in some online content before. Thank you, you say, as the stranger pays for the drink. Now, the least you can do is join me at my private table, she says, with the same smile. She walks towards a back room, casting a sidelong glance at you. Sure, I'll follow. Listen, the second susness occurs, we're fucking out of there. I'm here to socialize, not looking for the right word. Socialize, not fornicate. Yeah. You follow the stranger through the crowd to a small doorway. You enter the small back room. I'm so glad you came, murmurs your friend from the bar, somewhere ahead in the semi-darkness. Who are you? You open your mouth to reply when a rough hand grabs you. Two burly thugs are standing beside the doorway, and now they hold each of your arms. The strangers laugh as she turns to face you in no less... The strangers laugh as she turns to face... Am I stupid? The strangers laugh as she turns to face you is no less charming. Oh, I think I'm just reading it weird. The strangers laugh as she turns to face you is no less charming. Despite the malice, it now clearly shows. What do you want with me? Uh-oh. You open your mouth to begin to protest, and the stranger smacks you across the jaw with a gloved hand. Well, Annalander, it seems the entire fortress is searching for you. Yet, you decide to wander into a tavern to order a drink. The Archmage will pay well for you, I'm sure. But first, we will see if there's anything worthwhile in your pockets. One thug begins to pat you down, searching for valuables. You close your eyes and raise a prayer to the gorilla. The thugs laugh at your piety in such a situation. Are they right? Has the gorilla not heard your pleas? You've brought what happens next on yourself, you threaten. But the stars are above. But though the stars are above you, you are unable to cast with your arms pinned on both sides. Please, murmurs the beautiful stranger. We know about sorcerers here. At a gesture from the woman, the thugs throw you down. The stranger sighs, looking at you on the floor. Perhaps you're more trouble than you're worth, though you would fetch a good price from the archmage. Does he have anything? One of the thugs holds up an orb of crystal. Holds up the orb of crystal. This'll do, he grunts. The stranger takes it and motions to the others to follow as she leaves the room. This is worth your life. Barely. With a last blow to your gut for good measure, they leave the room. I'm giving chase. You finally manage to rouse yourself and hurry into the common room. You explode into the tavern, but the thugs have already vanished. The other patrons keep their eyes squarely on their drinks, intent on ignoring your plight, offering no aid. You grab one by the scuff of their neck and demand information, but they merely clam up further. You regain your breath and try to calm yourself, your pride badly wounded. God damn it, dude. All right. You walk over to a group of black elves clustered around the table. Empty cups are scattered on the floor around them, and a dagger sticks out of the table. They are dressed in armor, though they seem to be relaxed. Mercenaries. Oh my fucking god, this bar is a fucking mess. We got shucked down already. We're probably gonna get shucked down again. One points at you as you pass. Look at this skinny one. I bet he can barely even lift that sword. The guards going to the wolves, I tell you. The others laugh at your expense. Sorry, I had like a weird clump of mucus in my throat. I had to I had to swallow it. My favorite sorcery streamer. Oh my god, hi Merv. How's it going? Right, for the past 3 months, this has been all I've been playing. It's kind of an L. I do need to expand, but it looks like that's about to happen, all things considered. How you doing though, Murph? Ooh, do I start a bar fight? I'll laugh along. You meekly laugh along, which only increases their amusement. The black elf continues to insult you. Let's turn away. Let's not try to start another fight, especially one we can't really handle, I suppose. Just woke up doing good. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. I mean, good vibes to start the day. Always nice, always nice. You know, so I took down the green screen above my bed, right? So I decided to just start putting goofy little printouts up there. I only have one up right now, and it's heavy from TF2. It's the very nice or very good meme. Hold on. Take a pause from sorcery. Just so I can. Very good. Let me see if I can actually zoom in. But this has now become what I wake up to. How do I zoom in? I'm a fucking boomer. Oh, I see. Hold on. I could just take it off the wall, but I'm really lazy and don't want to get out. Yeah, you could see it. So now every morning, Heavy greets me. it's telling me it's very good that I've woken up today. It's very good that I'm continuing to wake up today. It's very inspirational, actually, honestly. All things considered, Heavy from TF2 has been my father figure throughout my childhood. So it's only right that he's still here for me. You know? I don't know what this unhinged like little little side tangent has been, but here we are. Jesus fucking Christ. And also I have my whole list of group ideas. If you need some easy high quality stuff to do. We just need to find collective free time. This might be TMI for a question. I mean, I'd be down for like any content, honestly. You know, J vibing, stuff like that. I mean, I've got a few like solo ideas I need to do. I was telling like Red and Brem the other night. Like I'm starting to realize a lot of the issues that I've been having with content creation is like I don't really have that uber energistic personality / haven't been exploiting any of that, which I think has worked to my detriment. But so I'm gonna be doing a fair amount of solo content to try to improve on that, you know. But yeah, okay, all right. This might be TMI for this stream, but didn't you say like ages ago? Yeah, dude. I sleep with my cock and balls out. I sleep nude all the fucking time. I find that it's just more comfortable. I don't like with my long leg hair how like pajamas feel, and underwear just tends to like ball up. So yes. Also, I kind of like just don't mind having these conversations on stream. I think they're kind of fun, honestly. It provides extra insight into people. I don't know. But yes. Your point with the sleeping nude, Murph. I'm kind of curious now. Didn't know if it was a Twitch convo or a YouTube convo. LOL. I mean, honestly, like when I take a pause in the game to like talk to chat, it's kind of fair game wherever it is. Because at this point, it's just vibing, you know. Like if I was serious about like making my like stream of sorcery be purely sorcery, at that point I just upload let's plays. But effectively this is just like I like sorcery and want it to be on this YouTube channel, so here it is. See, that is apparently it's set to top chat right now. Now it's set to live. What's the difference, man? I haven't even looked into that. I think before I updated OBS like a week or two ago, it was set to live chat. Now it's top, but There's like the one goofy thing. Like the very slight subtle differences between Twitch and YouTube for live streaming. Like the different chats kind of make sense. Oh, bro, spam filters dead ass. That's actually kind of fire. Wow, Twitch could never. My God, what a garbage platform, actually. Twitch kind of sucks, but it's also like kind of good. I don't know how to feel about Twitch. Honestly, the only reason I like still consider using Twitch is because they have that handy highlighter. If YouTube had like that good of a highlighter, that like that intuitive of a like stream highlighter in browser, I'd probably only use YouTube. Oh no, yeah, it's bad. It's really bad. It's like the YouTube delay is consistently fucked. I don't think Twitch is any better though. Like when I've streamed on Twitch, it's still pretty horrid. But you know, it's kind of to be expected. This is like one viewer stream, so it's like we're not getting like the Ludwig treatment or whatever. Cause isn't that what YouTube does? They kind of like prioritize what are the words I'm trying to find here? But I feel like for some the delay is a lot less, and this is despite me having like a fucking brilliant internet. But I guess it could be I'm probably like set to a goofy server or something. I'd have to look. But yeah. Yeah, no. I was saying earlier, Murph, I had meant to like stream quite a bit last week, but I was fucking sick. Not fun. It's very sad. But yeah. Right, we kind of like went off on a real big side tangent here. All right, yeah, we're ignoring the goofy elves yelling at us, trying to make us like fight them. You move away to the delight of the elves. Their taunts sting your ears as you head through the crowd. All right, what else could we reasonably do here? I typically set my YouTube live stream to be ultra low latency, but I don't have anyone coming in and chatting often enough to tell if it's still cringe. Honestly, yeah, like the one thing that really pisses me off about YouTube's thing is like the fact that they have like in OBS they have that little like emoji thing in the right hand corner, so it like cuts off the messages in just the most obnoxious way. Like, why is this not a dockable? Why is this even here? Like, open up OBS on your end, Murph. Bottom right hand corner. Inside the chat box is the emoji thing. It's so fucking annoying because it just slightly clips off messages. Just talking about YouTube and cringeness. That's one thing that's just been like, huh, interesting. We go over to the dice table, actually. I don't feel like gambling today, man. I'll sit at the empty table. You find a corner table and sit down, nursing your ale. Let's take a look at the other fellas. I typically use Chatterino for that reason. Fair. I should look into Chatterino, honestly. You survey the room, marveling at how such a jolly place still exists in Mempang. The rest does you well, and you feel a little stronger for it. A stranger walks up to your table, their face completely obscured by a plain yellow cloth. May I sit? They ask, voice muffled. Please. Is this flanker? Please, you say, gesturing to the seat with your cup. The stranger bows a fraction, then sits. Many thanks. It's been a tiring journey. I move very slowly, you understand. Away from the bar, it's quiet enough to talk, even to this soft-spoken figure. Who are you? Oh. Uh-oh. I am a priest of the sun serpent, he says. I pay homage to its great light. The sun serpent? You say, masking the disbelief in your tone. Yes. She's a glorious monster who controls the light in the world. The stranger's eyes twinkle above the mouth mask. How can you worship a monster? If that monster is truly powerful, how can you not worship it? Returns the priest. Oh. I don't think I killed the sun serpent. I couldn't find the sun serpent, so I came over here. And apparently he was just vibing. But I looked it up after I got into the fourth game, because you can't go back to the third. And the sun serpent is supposed to be trapped and counted as defeated. So I don't know if that was a bug or what, but I don't know if it counts that the sun serpent is still alive and therefore I'm screwed or what it is, but here we are. Why is your face covered? So I'm not blinded by the glory of the sun serpent. To gaze upon its light would be too much for the eyes of a mere mortal. Where have you traveled from? From across the southern sea, where the serpents are properly worshipped. I have walked the breadth of this old world, trying to bring the serpent's light to the masses. Most choose to remain ignorant, though. Why come to Mampang, then? I heard that the Archmage has some connection to the serpents. Fools claim that he commands them, but that's an obvious fiction. He must be another worshipper they've seen fit to aid. Have you met him? He shakes his head. No. The Archmage has not seen fit to grant me an audience. I gather he sees very few these days. Perhaps he's ill. Well, this was most edifying, the priest says as he stands, bowing once more. He leaves. I'll drink to that. Let's go. You knock back the cup of ale. It sizzles as it runs down your throat, but you're done resting. You need to get to your feet once more. Back to the bar, I suppose. You head back to the bar. What do you have, or what will you have? The bartender asks. Might as well go for food. 6 gold pieces for some dried meat. I've also got a stew for 4. Bruh. I'm gonna be broke. But I kind of don't have an option. So stew it is. Stew. He scoops a piping hot bowl from a vat under the counter. What? What is it? The bartender shakes his head. No, didn't catch that. Point at the bowl. What? The bartender returns. Jesus fucking Christ, I'm just gonna take it. You hand over your gold, then wolf down the stew. It's delicious and satisfies your hunger. Information. He snorts. Here's your information. A cup of ale is 1 gold piece. That's all you get from me. Clear? He turns to serve a burly orc. You nod in acknowledgement of sorts and move away from the bar. Okay, let's play dice. I don't have a wager, though. Oh my god. Okay. You see, I didn't want to play dice in the first place, but I kind of forgot that you can, like, get leads from playing dice with people, and now I have no money. So here we are. You see a few tables where many are hunched over their swindle stones. You see an unkempt merchant alone at a table, waiting for a game. You approach her table. Are you looking for a game? You ask. I am, but I only play for money. Bitch, my god. You decline the game and leave the table. Your purse is too meager for any kind of bet. She shouts for a new opponent, her words slurred. Okay. I guess we'll go see if the room is empty and sleep it out. You head upstairs. The room is empty. You lie down, but you cannot get comfortable. Something is poking you in the back. I guess I'll peek for monsters underneath the mattress. You lift up the mattress, expecting to find a skeleton or a bloodied sword, but all you find is someone's walking stick. A carved oak staff. I guess we'll take it. Fucking yippee. You take it and slip it into your pack and settle down to sleep. You do not need to eat more today. Close your eyes. You get comfortable and rest. You seem guarded here, and you do not dream. In bed, during the past day, you lost a significant amount of gold, found 2 new clues. The Archmage is aware of you. You wake after a pleasant sleep, feeling particularly refreshed. The tavern is quiet now and empty. You head out onto the path and back to the square. Okay. You make your way back into the alley. You're inside the city. Time to explore. Okay. Looking around, you're surprised to find that this part of Mampang is more like a city than you expected. There are merchants, laborers, and swaggering guards. Washings hang from hooks outside the stacked houses. Of course, there are far more wicked glares and knives tucked into belts than even in Care. The early morning sun makes the air glow. It's time to continue. Right. Okay. So it's like we haven't thoroughly explored this side of the city. We have no clue what these are. Though that one with like some blinding light coming out of it's kind of interesting. Oh man, where do we go? Because we really didn't like mess around too much in here. But obviously we're going to need to probably go here in order to gain clues or something to head up into here. So I guess let's try to head into this one. You follow the road to a junction where a collection of nestled winding alleys lead. The air moves a little around you, still icy but fresh. All right, just going to continue on our way. You pass the alleys and follow the road as it heads towards the rising wall of Mampang. After a while, the path opens out into a stony clearing. A few clouds scud across the sky. Guards walk this way and that across the space. You could elbow your way through the strange crowds filling the square. Which we will. Let's go to the door. You return to the middle of the small square. Guards loiter around the flagstones. Pleasant smells float over the food tent. This is not a good place to hang around. You make your way to the far wall, into which is set a low door. You turn to see that guards in the square have noticed you. Your disguise appears to reassure them. You are not stopped. You feel an incredible energy rising from behind the door, as though something was chained there. Interesting. Try the door. You try the door. It's merely latched against the wind and not locked. Which way now? Through the door. You enter an area similar to the yard of towers and flagstones on the west side of the citadel. As the morning moves on, the wind begins to rise. Okay. So here's the thing, right? We received a warning about this area that it was full of like great and terrible magic or whatever the person said. So I'm a little bit concerned for my safety. Just a tiny bit though, just a tiny bit. That being said, we'll be fine. Nothing bad ever happened in a magical land of towers filled with corpses or anything. You know. Surely, nothing terrible will happen. All right, let's look at the water. The water looks cold as ice and has no reflections. What about the towers? Some of the towers rise to the height of trees, while others have been cut down, and others are nothing but circles of rubble. Smoke rises from some, while others crackle with gentle light and energy. This place is clearly buzzing with power. You could explore deeper, or escape to the relative safety of Mampang. There's no fun in escaping back into the city. It's kind of boring there. On we go. You leave the shade of the wall and follow the stepping stones out across the water. Everywhere the sign of ruin abound. Weeds crack the stones. Turret roofs and buttresses have collapsed into heaps. Why has the Archmage allowed such a ruin? Surely the rumors of his death cannot be true. As the sun climbs the sky, the winds rise. You reach the base of a stone tower, with a curved archway at its base. The path slips around it. The wind picks up a little spray from the water and splashes it into your face. It stings where it touches you. Huh. All right, so here's my headcanon right now about this whole situation. These waters are like basically magic, but in liquid form. I don't know why my brain is thinking that, but the Archmage is up to something goofy here. Let's look into the water again. You lean out over the path and look down into the water. It's black, reflectionless, as though infinitely deep. You could drop a stone into the water. You drop one of your pebbles into the water. It sinks without a trace, without even a ripple. The air seems to fizz and crackle with secret energy. Which way now? Let's try this first tower. You cross the waters and push your way into a crumbling tower, without knowing what you might find. The inner doors you stand in front of are twice your height and look to be made of solid metal. The air is thick with an incredible smell. Let's listen at the door. You place your ear to the metal and leap backwards. The door is searing hot. The wooden handle should be safe to touch, though. Smell the air. You sniff the air. Smoke. Melting metal. It is as though a gigantic smithy lies beyond this door. Ah, welcome back, Murph. Let's try the handle. As you grasp the handle, you notice it is almost too hot to touch. Let's open the door just a tidbit. Let's just peek our little heads in. The doors are very heavy, but you manage enough to... Sorry. The doors are very heavy, but you manage enough control to open them halfway. You spy a roaring flame just inside the door. This room must be some kind of furnace. Enter. You slip carefully into the room, which is filled with the roaring flames, but you can't see the source of the blaze. It's surely a miracle it's not spread to the other buildings in the fortress. The flames seem to show no sign of dying down either. You are already sweating from the heat, while the flames lick through the whole room. You might be able to pick a path through them. You stand at the room's threshold. I think there's a counter spell for illusions, which I think is what this is. I think Kid is... Yeah, so Kid is the, is the game still way too loud? Down to 30 it goes. Okay. So we should be able to counter illusion with dim, I think. Where's dim? Yeah, counters Kid. A good defensive spell. It can be cast. This can cast any attacking creature to muddle its mind. Now it was a good volume, but it doesn't matter too much. Okay, okay. Let's try the counter spell then. Because I'm pretty sure this is just an illusion. We can't cast dim. Wait, hold on. No, we can. You cast the spell and a moment later the fires have fallen still. A Kid spell then, successfully countered by your enchantment. Let's cross the room. Let's fucking go, see? We're the best sorcerer this side of Mampang, my god. We're chilling. There seems to be nothing holding you back any longer. You reach the end of the room unharmed. By the door, you see a sculpture that looks like a person made of sticks. Damn. Let's look at it. The sculpture is wooden, with its arms extending towards the ceiling. You get a strong sense of magic pulsing from it, and from the corner of your eye you can see starlight filtering down to it, and a bracelet made of ivory or bone hangs on one of its arms. Let's stick it to the man. Let's fucking take the bracelet. Let's go. You lift the bracelet of bone from the arm and leave the room behind. Okay, why are there grimalkins set up inside of all of these towers? Because that must have been what it was in the other tower as well. You lift the bracelet of bone from the arm and leave the room behind. Interesting. So Murph, in Sorcery, a magic is derived from the stars, right? And grimalkins grimalkins are basically like constructions which funnel starlight into them and cast spells in like a mechanical fashion. It's just, that's interesting. And where we are right now is basically where like the big bad sorcerer lives, and he stole like this powerful artifact that we're trying to get back. You step back out onto the path and follow it a short way. The sun bakes the flagstones. 3 paths meet at this point, in the shadow of the western rock. Every path seems weighted down with sadness and depression. This is not a place to stand still. Yeah. Just like the fireball one, yeah. All right, another tower, I suppose. The sun has reached its highest point now. You enter the tower nervously. The chamber inside is bare, except for an empty table at the center. Various items lie around, as though they have fallen off the surface during some kind of earthquake. Doors face either opening on the opposite walls of the tower. Huh. Let's look at the things on the floor. Strewn about, you see an odd assortment of things. A broken cup, a bamboo flute, a dusty crystal ball, a decent-looking broadsword, and a bare bone from a hunk of meat. Look at the table. You ignore the rubbish on the floor and go over to the table to look it over. It seems ordinary enough. Its surface is etched with scratches and grooves, but nothing intelligible. Okay. Broken cup, bamboo flute, dusty crystal ball, broadsword, bare bone. I'm trying to think of which spell this would be. So I see 2 options. The spell here is either a spell of invisibility or of treasure. Let me see. Gak. Where's Gak? Okay. I don't think it's that. I don't have any yellow powder, so I can't get that. We have Fix, which might be useful. Yeah, there's no counterspell to Yaz that we're aware of. We don't have a sun jewel anymore. And we can't see the future. Okay. I guess we can see what spells we can cast. Yeah. Nip, which we don't have powder for. Zap, which counters Zen, but there's nothing levitating or being weird. Fall, which counters the petrification spell. There's Jig, but I don't have a bamboo flute. There's one on the floor, though. Oh, also I've started to watch Jerma for the first time ever because I want to understand what the fuss is about and also analyze what makes that work. Yeah, Jerma's an interesting streamer, all things around. I find it fascinating, like, how he got his start. Like, go back to his early YouTube videos. If, like, you just want to be like, what the fuck happened? Like, how did this man go from this to this? It's kind of goofy. I don't watch too much Jerma. I do know that he did do sorcery at one point, but I haven't seen any of it. But that is in part how I know about these games. Okay. Can't do Nip. We could try... Let's hit a sus. Let's hit a sus. Alright. You gather the stars into your design around you. A quiet voice speaks into your thoughts. This room is enchanted, the voice tells you, though its spell is most subtle. Its words delivered, the voice fades. He's played it twice? Dead ass? Oh my god. Its words, the spell is quite subtle. Is there like a... Hold on. Maybe it's wall. It could be. Or Foff. If it's Foff, we could do mud. It could be a dud spell. But I don't know. Fuck it, let's just go for the treasure. This seems like a treasure trove of useful magical items. Take the bamboo flute. You reach down to pick up the bamboo pipe. You play a few cheerful notes, but as you stand up, you fumble the ring of green metal out of your pack and it falls to the floor. And it falls to the floor onto the table? Take the item from the table. I see what's going on here. Okay, hold on. So I'm under the effects of what's it called? There's a clumsy spell. Where's the clumsy spell? It's dumb. So I should be able to do a mag spell. I want that brass pendulum, though. All right. Take nothing more. Take nothing more. We might be able to do a mag spell, which will offer protection from magic, but it doesn't look like it. So we need something to counter dim. We could try floating in the air, but that already counters rock, so it might not be useful. Nip would seem to be the best option. Yeah, Nip might be able to counter the spell of clumsiness, but we don't have anything. So let's move on. You return to the path and walk a short distance. 3 paths meet at this point, in the shadow of the western rock. What path will you take now? Let's go to the northern tower. Thin heat beats down from an empty sky. You approach the next weird tower, wondering what you will find this time. This tower is gloomy. You begin to feel a great weight upon your shoulders as you step inside. The interior hardly seems worth describing this place. Wait, the interior hardly seems worth describing this place. Look around. You look around with a sense of hopelessness, and in the middle of the space is a skeleton who seems to feel equally heavy and sad. Okay, well, I've been struck with depression. I know there's a depression spell. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Surely Jig can be used to counter the depression spell, you'd think. So maybe we go back. Okay, let's look at the skeleton. The skeleton seems quite intact. Clothes rotten over bones that are all in one piece. Maybe whoever it was died of boredom or hunger. You can't fault them for it, really. What would be the point in doing anything else? What is the point? And now they call you the Annul Land. You sigh. Your whole journey has been a waste of time. And most likely, you're going to die here. Again. Alright, let's leave. You head for the exit, but give up after a few paces. There's nothing out there worth finding after all. Just more of the same. You might as well stay here. You think of the Crown of Kings, just over in the nearby tower, and completely out of reach. You might as well just have stayed at home. Baboon, help me. You try looking to the baboon for guidance, but of course, the creature is no help. What good is an animal guide anyway? Clearly religion is for fools and no-hopers. You slump down to the ground. Alright, try to cast a spell. You open your arms to cast a spell, but they droop to your side. What, after all, is the purpose? Spells never do anything they're supposed to. They're always ruined by some minor triviality, some detail of the rules of casting. It's inch for the door. You move an inch towards the door. It's only an inch. Hardly worth it, but an inch is more than the skeleton has managed. The slack-jawed idiot. Wait. You sit down to wait. Someone had better come and help you. Guess I'll cry. You begin to weep uncontrollably. Inch for the door, come on. You crawl another inch closer to the door. There's no use denying it. You were closer than you were. Groan. You let out a pathetic, quiet groan. Inch. You inch another half step across the floor. Your body feels heavy as stone, and your heart is barely beating. It is as though your limbs are refusing to comply. Wait. You continue waiting. Something had better turn up. Come on. Keep going. Inch for the door. Another inch and you're moving out of the eye of whatever spell holds this tower. You find yourself moving a little more now. Inch. Come on. One more inch and you're back up on your feet, running, racing out of this hellish tower of nothing, and gasping for breath. All right. You step back out onto the path and make your way along it. The sun is beginning to lower and the air begins to cool. 3 paths meet at this point in the shadow of the western rock. The very air around you seems fetid and mean. Which route will you choose? I'm going to use the western tower. We don't know the counterspell to clumsiness, but I suspect that it would be the speedness potion, or not the speedness potion, the speedness spell. But we don't have any yellow powder, so we can't really do that. Okay. Let's take the bamboo flute. Ring of green metal. That's fine. Take nothing more. Move on. We should be able to jig now and counter the spell. Ooh. You return to the path and follow it a short way. The sun begins to dip, heading towards the horizon. 3 paths meet at this point, in the shadow of the western rock. There's a pebble lying on the path here, as though carefully placed. It glistens as though wet. I'm gonna take the pebble. You pocket the pebble. It is oddly like the one you dropped into the water earlier, but it cannot be the same one. This place feels like an open coffin, as though you were an ant exploring the contours of its ruffled velvet lining. What is there here to explore? North Tower. All right, we're gonna beat depression by dancing. It's like the worst fucking reboot of Footloose, my god. Cast a spell. All right. We cannot do jig. Uh-oh. Summon a goblin so he gets depressed as well. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. We don't have many options here. Our options are literally summon goblin, explode the fucker, or teleport. What does pep? Cause strength, which requires fire water. We can use an item. Oh my god, okay. We need something that counters the depression. There's that one happy room. Let's make our way across the city again. All right. Okay. So, let's try along this path first. All right. The path of stepping stones run across the dark water and seems quite unsafe. The path rounds a tower to the north, then splits again. Up ahead is a tower surrounded by thick mud. South appears another tower, perhaps coated over with some kind of black carapace. Let's look at the black tower. You reach out and gently touch the black surface of the tower by the wall. It's hard to the touch, smooth and cool. If there was even a doorway here, you cannot make it out. Let's try to smash the black coating. You draw your blade and hammer on the black coating. Though bits fleck off, you cannot break the whole thing open. We want to counter rock. Let me find the spell that counters rock, because that's probably what it is. I think. Fall. Let's try it. Like, that's gotta be it. Okay, we can't cast fall. How? Why not? You craft the enchantment and a voice begins to speak to you. This tower is protected by the spell of strength. It can be overcome, but the counter is most obscure indeed. Surely the spell of strength is like the depression spell. Or like, that's the counter to it. Pep. Pep is cause strength. Purr summons cats. I remember this from the Temple of Korga. That's not gonna do anything. We could do... Man... What would be the counter to this spell? Like, I think it would be depression, right? Like, that just makes sense. Maybe it's something like rock to, like, stone dust it. I do have a ton of stone dust. Fuck. We could try. Aw, dude, no, we can't do fuck. So sad. Like, I'm pretty sure the depression spell is like sap, right? But we don't have any S's, so we just can't do it. No, it's sap. Sap is depression, Dawes is cause slowness. But we don't have the letters for sap. I also don't know if, like, this is dependent on different times of day. So I don't think we can... We might have to just wait, honestly. Let's make a move to the other tower. See if the stars change. Because I don't know if they do. But I'm pretty sure it's gotta be sap. Night has fallen. You need to rest, especially on an empty stomach. You cross the waters and push your way inside the next tower, uncertainly. A fetid scent assaults your nostrils. The inside of this tower is cavernous, far larger than it should be possible. The stone floor on which you stand has turned to a thin strip of soft earth, choked with reeds, and beyond it is a deep pool of foul-smelling water. Okay, so this is the cause stench spell. Which... Where is it? It's a left side page. Nif. Okay, so what would counter... Oh, Galehorn, probably, actually. Which is Huff? Let's look across the swamp first. Insects buzz, and the reeds rustle as creatures pass between them. You cannot spot the ceiling of this room, but surely there must be one. In the center of the marsh is a platform with... In the center of the marsh, a platform with a low hut sits, perched on rotten stilts. A boardwalk leads to it, dotted with spent torches. Alright. Surely Huff will handle the smell. We cannot do Huff. God fucking damn it, dude. Like, there's no way that it keeps doing this goofballery, man. Sus. Counters Gak. Yeah, we just can't cast Huff right now for whatever reason. We could cast How, actually. Let's do that just to see if it'll confirm whether or not this is indeed Nif. You reach up to the constellations above and create a spell. A calm voice enters your mind. Ready yourself, the voice implores, for something is coming. Its words intoned, the enchantment gives out. All right, let's look. A fetid scent assaults your nostrils. Inside this tower is cavernous, far larger than should be possible. Okay. The stone floor on which you stand has turned to a thin strip of soft earth choked with reeds, and beyond it is a deep pool of foul-smelling water. Insects buzz, reeds rustle as creatures pass between them. So what spell could this be? If it's not Nif, if we can't counter Nif, it could be... I mean, we could try doing, like, Mag if we can cast it. We could just try a bunch of shit, honestly. We could try Law. Counters magical protection. We can... What about Mud? Counters force field. Pop counters wall, which doesn't seem to be an issue. Man. We don't have nose plugs, so we can't cod stench either. I guess let's just step out onto the boardwalk and see what happens. You step onto the boards, which creak under your weight, causing the torches to sway gently. You see no movement in the hut. The wood creaks under your feet. Let's see if we can zen. We can't zen. Let's just foff just in case. force field does not materialize. Okay, you spin the constellations and shape around you, but the force field does not materialize. Instead, the whirlpool begins to slow, then stills. The water also begins to clear. Why would the swamp be affected by such a spell? The boardwalk creaks and lurches to the side. You manage to keep your balance, and it stills, though now slanted. Okay. So Foff seems to have been countered or countered something. What's up with that? Was it mud? Did we get... Hold on. The whirlpool. Where was there a whirlpool? Let's look into the water. The water is still, albeit foul-colored. The boardwalk is sagging dangerously now. Okay. Let's see if we can zen. Yeah, I think Foff does counter mud, so I think that's what happened, but I was foffing because the house bell told us, like, hey, yo, something might be coming. So there was no reason for me to expect there to be a quicksand spell, but I guess there was going to be, so this is a win, regardless. Listen, actually, I had a premonition here, okay? I'm just that good. I'm that good of a sorcerer, honestly. Bow, for I will be the next archmage. We could do... Oh... We should probably do Zen. We can't do Zen, right? Let's hit the how again. Might as well. Do not stay here. The water will swallow you up. Okay, but what if it doesn't? You ever thought about that? Let's cast another spell. Let's hit that Foff again. Let's see what happens. Okay, just gives the same thing, and we're running out of stamina, so we can't keep fopping. Huh. Is this another... There might be one of those mechanical things casting mud. I mean, I can try mud. Let's see. Let's hit it. You scatter a handful of sand into the water, but nothing happens. The sand drifts inert, with no whirlpool forming. The boardwalk lists even more dangerously now. We could do fix, actually. And that should help. We should be able to. No, we can't. Oh my god, dude. Hold on. I'm getting angry. I need to take off my jacket. Okay. Okay, so we can't... If I cast fix, basically it would have stopped the boardwalk from going goofy. But evidently I can't do that. Fuck it. Go to the hut. Uh-oh. You shift your weight and there's a great groaning of wood. The ripples begin to increase as if almost agitated. The groan snaps off in a sharp crack, and the boardwalk collapses under you. You fall straight down into the water. Uh-oh. Once in the water, you spread your arms trying to keep upright. Thankfully, the whirlpool has dissipated due to your spell casting. The water is filthy, but it does not swirl, since your fleas have been washed away. What? Still, your fleas have been washed away. Okay, keep swimming. You swim with strong strokes. Oh, right. I forgot I got fleas from the what's it called? When I got the priest attire, I got fleas at the like beginning of chapter 4. All right. You swim with strong strokes. The water is still quite disgusting and small creatures flicker on either side of you. You will carry the smell on you for some time. Let's go to the hut. You head for the hut's platform. As you close in, you spy an object underwater. It's hard to tell, but it looks like a chest. Well, I mean, we're already in the water. We might as well just go down, right? Diving down, you reach the object you thought was a chest, but it's nothing more than a large rock, oddly placed, sunken into the ground from what appears to be a deliberate angle. Push it away. Scrambling for purchase on the muddy floor, you push the rock. It shifts away and there's a low thrumming, followed by a sucking noise. A hole. The rock was plugging a void in the base of the marsh itself. You are caught in the swirl as the water begins to be sucked down through the hole. If you're not quick, you'll be sucked into the hole too. Swim away! You swim against the current, managing to fight it long enough to prevent being sucked away. The effort exhausts you, though, and you're left panting on the new mud floor. With a gurgle, the last of the water disappears, revealing the muddy marsh floor. Reeds droop in humid air and small fish flop on the ground. Near the shore, you see a mass of mud and reeds, but it's moving. A slime eater. Not these fuckers, man. The monster was concealed inside the water, waiting to strike. Now bereft of its home, it's beginning to dry up. The creature struggles, trying to move, but its shapeless lower half is useless on dry land. Seeing you, it lunges. Wait. We're winning. We're on our turf. Fucker's dead. Yeah, this is the first time we've seen like a colored picture as well. So this is like pretty neat, all things considered. An interesting choice considering like these parts of Mampang are supposed to be like basically magical bastions or some shit. Like it's said that these places just teem with magic. Presumably they're like batteries for the Archmage, because it turns out, and this was revealed in like the priest tower, the Archmage seems to have been like sucking the rest of lands the rest of the lands of their magic and funneling them to make sure like the archmage lives longer. So apparently that's what's been going on. I just found a long ass hair coming out of my arm. Like it's like 2 inches long. What the fuck? It's silver too. What the fuck? Anyway, all right. You wait and the creature falls uselessly to the ground as it tries to reach you. Unable to lift its body weight without the aid of water, it wheezes, mouth yawning in panic. Then its breathing stills, and you're left alone. A little sand has been left behind. Let me grab that. I gotta recoup my used sand from earlier. Let's explore the dried swamp. You pick your way across the muddy floor of the room to find little of interest. A few fish flop helplessly on the ground. Yoink. You pick up 3 fish, breaking their necks with a finger and wrapping them in a cloth before placing them in your pack. All right. Let's look into the hut. You attempt to clamber up the wreckage of the boardwalk for the hut, but it's too shattered and broken, and you soon give up. Can I not use zip? Let's look down into the hole. Looking down into the hole, you see a long tunnel that seems to go all the way down into the mountainside and beyond. You clamber back up from the pool base. Now that the swamp is drained, you could leave any of the tower's doors. Let's sleep here. You curl up by the mud line and put your pack under your head. The air is soft and humid. You will be bitten by flies here, but hopefully you will be otherwise safe. You've eaten nothing today, but you have no provisions, only 3 vials of blimberry juice. All right, let's drink one. Unstoppering the blimberry potion, you gulp down a mouthful. You feel a little stronger, and all traces of hunger are soon gone. Then you close your eyes and let tiredness overtake you. You wake in the night to see a black shadow slipping into the gloom beside you. You open your arms to gather starlight, and the voice laughs quietly. 2 hands clasp yours and separate them. No need for that, Annalander. The shape slips down into the ground beside you. Make space for him. You make space for him close by your side. It's a cold night here in the shadow of evil, the voice continues. Flanker? I near the end of my journey as you near the end of yours, Flanker replies. But, Annalander, I fear the outcome. What is your mission? It does not do to speak of it. Flanker's head moves a fraction in the darkness. I am a dead man still alive. An assassin is not permitted to experience mercy, yet here I am. You are a man, not an assassin. Flanker laughs softly. What is done cannot be undone, he replies. A carved statue cannot be uncarved, only broken. He touches your shoulder briefly. Rest now. Sleep. And so the night passes, but you know in the morning he'll be gone. What the fuck is Flanker doing? Am I Flanker's target? Surely that must be it. Like, I showed Flanker mercy and he's just like, huh, that's interesting. During the past day, you found no clues. We were in the Tower of Mud. All right. You get to your feet and brush dry dirt from your cloak. The fresh air calls from outside the tower. Let's try the north tower now. The air stirs a little, still cold but fresh. You enter the next tower, but freeze on the threshold. In place of a floor, this tower contains nothing but a yawning pit, clustered with thin needle-like spikes. A narrow stone walkway heads from the door that leads out over a short way over the pit. It does not go far as the door. It does not go as far as the door on the far side. Let's look up. On a whim, you look up and notice that the ceiling is fairly high and sports several misshapen rock protrusions. Throw myself onto the spikes. Why? All right, let's move out onto the platform. You step onto the stone platform, feeling curiously lighter. You check your pack what all your possessions are as you left them. Instead, you realize your feet are no longer touching the ground. You're floating. I'll let myself fly, I suppose. You fly happily upwards towards the ceiling. Eventually, you hit the ceiling and gently bounce off. Let's examine it. Turning to look upwards, you see that the ceiling is studded with curiously shaped rocks sticking out at random angles. Most are smooth, and all are enough to grip. They have been deliberately placed. Gripping the rocks will allow you to navigate the room. Let's look down. The floor is a long way down, and the spikes gleaming in the sunlight from the open door. The spikes are so thin you cannot even see the ones directly below you. All right. Let's explore the ceiling. With some effort, you pull yourself along the roof. The room is fairly uniform, broken only by the inverted landscape of rocks. Towards the center of the room, you spy a small depression in the ceiling. Let's head towards the center. You guide yourself towards the depression in the center of the room. Pulling along by the rocks is difficult, and you occasionally float off course. Below you, the spikes wait, but thankfully, they are well out of reach. Arriving at the center, you see that there's been a small circle cut into the ceiling, and inside, someone has carved a sigil into the stone. Let's look at the sigil. You swing over the depression to look at the sigil, but you cannot stay long enough to see it properly. You bob past the opening and away a short distance across the ceiling. You attempt to look at the sigil again, but unless you can find a way to stay up there, you're not going to be able to see it properly. The depression is too shadowy for a quick glimpse. All right. We can't Zen. If we counter... I think we're under a Zen spell right now, so we could try Fall, which is float in air. Oh. You move starlight around you to little effect. You move slightly upwards, nearly knocking your head against the ceiling. Let me try once more. We could try... No, 6 isn't gonna do anything. I could try fixing myself. You begin the magic striking the oak staff against the ceiling overhead. The spell infuses the air and fixes your hand to the rock overhead. Look at the sigil. Now that you are still, at least, you can easily peer into the depression and see the sigil. It reads simply, I. It seems that it was deliberately carved to be seen up close. Let me touch the sigil. You touch the sigil with your free hand to no effect. The stone is worn and smooth under your fingertips. The angles of carving precise. Who did this? Huh. Hit a how. Spellcasting with one hand fixed to the rock isn't easy, but luckily the rest of your body is freely floating, so you can still make the gestures required. You weave the enchantment and a steady voice speaks into your thoughts, but the voice is silent. Instead, you feel your right hand slackening, then slipping across the rock. A fixed spell then somehow opposed your house spell. Right. Your now relaxed hand slips from the rock. You massage your cramped hand gratefully. The once free-floating... once again, floating freely in the air. Okay. Let's float to the door. You walk to the path, or you return to the path and walk a short distance. A few clouds drift across the sky. Which way now? Let's go into this tower. You approach the next tower fearfully. 2 steps in and all is quiet. Something large and white is hanging from the ceiling above you. Let's look up. You look up, and the white thing near the ceiling looks back through 2 enormous eye sockets. It is a gigantic humanoid skull. Something drops down from it and hits the floor. It appears to be an oversized tooth. A moment later, the tooth begins to fizz. A cloud of smoke wells up, and from it steps a giant. The giant is milling around the space without clear purpose. It's clearly under some form of enchantment. Okay. I don't know if there's a counter to these summoning spells. Yob. I don't think there is. Okay, let's see what spells we can cast. So we can zap him. I guess we can summon another giant so they can have a kaiju fight. Though Yob countering Yob is kind of stupid. Dude, let's just make ourselves a kaiju. Hold on. Dude, giant versus giant. This is a win. Hold on. Yo, wait, hold on, deadass. Consulting the constellations overhead, you bind the spell. You expect to begin growing, but instead, the giant begins shrinking, and they do not stop. A moment later, the room is quite empty once more. A counterspell, then. So the spell of gigantism opposes the spell of giant summoning. The big Yob counterspell has been recorded in your spellbook. Another tooth tumbles from the skull in the ceiling. Grab. You snatch the tooth from the ground. It's hot to the touch, but cools rapidly in your palm. No kaiju fight, but counterspell is epic. Okay. Let's make a move then. For a moment at least, the room is quiet and you are free to cross. Run for the far door. You cross the empty chamber unimpeded. No kaiju fight, sadly. Yeah. You step back out onto the path and make your way along it. As the morning moves on, the wind begins to rise. You pause, enjoying the open air outside the door, and take a moment to count your collection of giant's teeth. You now have 5. It is not a place to stand still. Some of these lines are kind of just goofy, but you know, I'm cutting them some slack. You know, it's like, this light room I kind of want to go into because I need another sun gem, and I feel like there's a sun gem inside of it, considering the light. But let's just continue on here. As the sun climbs toward its peak, the winds pick up a little. You follow the path and make your way to the next tower. This tower has a dirt floor, onto which various lines have been scratched. A chest sits in the middle, a rather obvious bait for whatever trap this room represents. Yeah, you get to Pokemon giants and goblins. I think you can also do it with Snaticats. Yeah, you can do it with Snaticats, which we found out because you can get Snaticat teeths. You can also do it with like Firefoxes. And like a stream or two ago, there was at least a joke that you could do it with humans. Because like this old dude that we met like spat out a tooth and was like, that could be valuable one day. And I went to pick it up and he slapped my hand. It was kind of goofy. All right, let's enter this room. You step up a little further into the room. Apart from the chest, the tower is quite empty, identical to the other rooms in the other towers, save for its dirt-covered floor. Several zigzagging trails have been left in the dirt. Let's prod at the ground. You use your sword to poke at the ground just in front of you. It immediately and violently explodes, and you leap away from the shower of fire and dirt. Is this a minefield? Okay. So it's a pop spell. We know the counterspell to pop. I think it's the force field. Yeah, wall. So if we do wall, then we should be able to do that and collect some shit. Boop, 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 boop. You bind the stars around you, but no wall appears. Indeed, nothing happens at all. Something must have occurred when you casted that spell. To the chest we go. You rush towards the chest and happily you do not explode. The room appears to be safe. A pop spell, then, has been undone by your enchantment. Let's open the chest. You open the chest and are somewhat surprised to discover that there's actually something inside of it. It's a small scrap of paper. Take a gander. You cast your eyes over the scrawled poem. The first is of fire, the second of stone, the third is unseeable, the fourth is unknown. First of fire, second of stone, third unseeable, fourth unknown. This is referencing the towers. This one was of fire. This one was the strengthened one. I don't know if that one was the one of stone. Third is unseeable, fourth is unknown. It could be referencing this tower with unseeable. The yellow tower must be where we get, like, the sniffing powder, which we desperately need. So maybe that's what... Okay, maybe the towers do, like their exterior says something about what they contain. Oh, hold on, let's see. So this one was the goofy aha stuff's going on in it tower. This one had, like, dead people. That one's got, like, gloop on the roof or something. That one's just, like... I don't think this theory holds, but... We'll continue on. Alright, let's look at the dirt floor. Looking at the dirt, you see a few loose pebbles, no doubt the source of the mines. You take a few, and take advantage of the calm to leave the room. Next tower. Come on. Facing the gauntlet. Let's go. All right. You make your way across a stone walkway, arching high into the air above the swirling waters that pool below, until you reach the next curious tower. As you open the door and step through, someone else enters from the other side. He closes the door just as you do. This is a mirror spell. Where is it? There's a create duplicate creature spell with a gold backed mirror. Where is it? Here it is, kin. This must be what's going on. But there's also, so there's a second duplicate spell. 6. So, and we don't know if it counters anything yet. So let's see if we can cast that, because that makes sense. If you can cast something that'll break the illusion of a duplicate creature, then maybe that makes sense. I'm going to look at the stranger. You peer at the figure opposite. Seeing his face is difficult somehow. His eyes seem to slide off. Your eyes seem to slide off his features. The stranger is peering back at you, but not approaching. Look around the room. You look around the room. It is wide, ringed with chairs. There are scuffs on the floor. 2 semicircles near the center of the room. A large pane of glass stands in the center of the room, sitting in an elaborately carved frame. The stranger stands, watching you. Oh, or this is just like a normal mirror. You raise a hand, and the stranger does so in return. Hello, you say. Goodbye, he replies. Who are you? Where am I? The stranger responds. Even speaking to him, you cannot seem to look directly at his face. This is Mempeng. Nothing is outside. Where are you from? Where am I going? Do you live here? I live nowhere. You sigh. The stranger grins. As you are talking, the two of you have edged closer. You now stand on either side of the glass in the middle of the room. It's a mirror. The stranger approaches and pauses on the other side of the mirror. let's try 6 here. Because I'd bet breaking the illusion by... Like, okay, if this is indeed a duplicate creature spell, breaking the illusion by casting 6 of myself should, like, counter his clone. Right? Yes. All right. You craft the spell, but no clones materialize. Instead, a large crack appears in the pane of glass. A moment later, it shatters and collapses. A counterspell, then. So the spell of self-duplication is negated by that of the spell of mirroring. 6 kin counterspells have been recorded in your spellbook. The glass lies in shards all around the flame. Some catch the light oddly. The stranger, your reflection, steps back, clutching at his chest. Are you unwell? I am fine, he shouts back, but is clearly staggering. Wait. You pause, seeing how the reflection will act. He paces near the frame, seemingly unable to approach. You bellow out a challenge, declaring that you will settle your differences in combat. There's no response. Instead, the reflection plants his feet in front of the far door, waiting with impassive expression. You step back through the empty frame, glass crunching under your boots. The reflection draws his sword, unaffected by your movements. It seems he's now free to act. Leave me, he says, or I will send you back. Back where? There, he snarls, pointing at the mirror. I will not fall for your tricks. You may look like me, but I know you are only an apparition. I am the Analander. The other laughs. No, he replies simply. You cannot claim that. Let's work together. Oh no, the other nods. You will not trick me. And with that, he turns and races from the room. A moment later, all goes black, and you find yourself outside. You sheathe your blade outside the tower, glad to be away from the mirror demon. He's running around. He's going to cause a ruckus. This man's running around as me, and I'm going to have to answer for him being a goober. God fucking damn it. I guess we'll chase him down. You ascend onto a walkway flung high between two towers and set against the outer wall of the citadel. The view down is dizzying. Smoke from a burnt-out tower below makes you choke. Look around. You look around the sprawling towers that fill this region of the citadel. They all appear ancient, featureless, but are in excellent repair. Some power is holding their dark stones together. You make your way carefully across the bridge. You hurry over another walkway, higher in the air than expected, towards the next tower. The middle of the day is unforgivingly hot. From the doorway comes a steady clock-like ticking sound. Okay, this is gonna be a sleep spell, and I don't know if I can counter a sleep spell right now. You step inside and the ticking grows louder. Something heavy swishes slowly over your head. The looming presence is oddly comforting, and you find your eyelids starting to close. It's a sleep spell. Do we know the counter to the sleep spell? We don't know the counter to nap. Okay. What's like the opposite of napping? You'd think it would be nip. Because it makes you go goofy fast, aha. Yaz wouldn't make any sense. What could it be? No, okay, hold on. Becoming slow must be the counter to the fast spell. That just makes sense. This is like I'm just thinking back now. So what's the counter to clumsiness? Because I want to go collect all that other shit from the other room. Tulip gold. I have no clue. I don't think we can do this. We might have to turn back. You turn back rather than going deeper into the tower. Okay. Let's go to the south tower. Reflection does not reappear. Okay. All the way down. All right. I followed the well-worn trail. It seems to twist at random, but it seems to bump me out safely on the other side. Many lost a foot or leg. How many lost How many lost a foot or leg just for this pattern to be discovered? You reach the other side unscathed. Leave the room. Okay. Back down to the south. All right. Now we can try the west path here. All right. Because I honestly don't know if we have the ability to do the pendulum thing. Just because I have no clue what the counter spell would be. Like, trying to think about it, nothing makes any sense. So I'd say let's clear. Because what was it? This was the. I forget which towers we've been in at this point. I don't think we've been in this tower. So we should do this tower. Clear these two towers, then do the north tower. All right. The sun begins to dip, heading towards the horizon. You enter the next tower warily. The door is barred with a solid wood door. Knock the door. You knock on the door. There's no reply, but you hear a faint roaring sound through the wood. Let's just dop it open, honestly. Boop. Reaching up to the stars, you create the magic and the door swings open. The door is not locked, but it's heavy, as though a tremendous force was pulling it from the other side. You open it an inch and the door slams itself once more. just looked it up. I won't backseat the game and tell you, but I'll say this much. I would have never guessed which was the counter to the sleeping spell. Yeah, because like, okay. I was looking, right? Nif might have been like a maybe for the sleeping spell, but I don't have nose plugs to cast it. And also it doesn't make sense. Sap doesn't make any sense. Even if it was God, I don't have a Jewel of Gold. Kin doesn't make any sense, and also it's already got a counter. Pep maybe, as like a cause strength thing, but we already think that cause strength counters the depression, so that doesn't make any sense. Nip counters the slowness spell, presumably. That's what would make sense, so we have no clue. Maybe it could be Huff, but that doesn't make much sense either. Maybe it could have been Yaz. But again, that's weird. It actually could have been Sun. Like, you create a light so you don't fall asleep. That makes a lot of sense, but we don't have a Sun Jewel, so here we are. Sun is the only one I could think that would make like actual proper sense, but Sun would also make sense to counter Fog. So here we are, yet again. I have no clue. Right, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it could have been far, but we lost our orb. And I don't think Zed can be countered. But speaking of which, it looks like... Oh, we only have 3 stamina. Hold on. I forgot I can pray to the gorilla for healing. I should have been doing that. Okay. You open it an inch and the door slams itself shut once more. This might be Huff. But again, we're pretty sure Huff counters Nif. Because that makes sense. If there's a stench, big wind blowing the stench away would counter it. That just makes sense. And that's what I was trying to use in the Swamp Tower, but evidently the Swamp Tower was a Whirlpool Tower. So... And I don't have nose plugs, so I can't... Even if this is Huff, I could not do it. Fuck it, cast it and just cope. Oh yeah, you wind up the constellations. Oh, so you can cast it. It's just you would probably like suffer the effects of Nif. Okay. You wind up the constellations in alignment around you, expecting a terrible stench. But nothing happens. The roaring sound from the door falls quiet. Enter the tower. There we go. All right, that's confirmed. I didn't know you could cast it without, but usually the cast button is blurred out by, or it's not blurred out, but it's like grayed out, so you can't click it. Or sometimes you can click it and it'll just eat your stamina. But I guess in the case of countering, it literally doesn't matter. So that's good to know. All right. Inside the tower is empty except for a single brass frame at its center. Set into the frame is a curved gale horn. A counterspell then. So, a magic of wind counters the pattern of smell. Let's look at the horn. You look over the horn with careful fingers. It's a gale horn, beautifully carved and clearly very, very old. Its delicate surface has been punctured and rudely fitted in order to fit the frame. I don't want to smash the horn. I kind of want to take it. You'd best keep moving. The counterspell will not last permanently. We'll keep it intact. There's no reason to, like, destroy it. You hurry across another stone arch, not looking down. The wind picks up as the evening draws on. You step into the room and recoil. The floor is crawling with bugs, or rather, not crawling. The bugs are all standing in orderly rows. Excuse me? Bugs are all standing in orderly rows. Fucking bugs are like lined up like soldiers. This is concerning. Let's look at them. You look over the bugs. Small bugs, cockroaches, and earwigs fill the gaps between larger bugs. Things about the size of goats and that otherwise look like lynch bugs. Beyond basic breathing and antenna twitching, nothing of the creatures are moving. They appear to be waiting for something. I don't like this. All right. What counters bug orderliness? Maybe this is like a Dawes thing. It could be. Like, surely. Dumb. I have no clue. Gonna rock down to Electric Avenue. I've had that fucking meme stuck in my head for like the past 3 days. The AI generated wizards wreaking havoc in Arby's while it plays Electric Avenue in the background. I've been thinking about Sorcery recently, as you can tell since we're playing. Surely we can cast like Mag or something. Something goofy. Dude, no, it's a fire meme if you haven't seen it, Murph. Just look up AI generated wizards in Arby's and it'll show up. Actual killer shit post. Okay. They appear to be waiting for something. Step forwards. You step forwards into the room, expecting the bugs to clear out from under your boot. They do not. You squash a dozen or so, while a few more wriggle uncomfortably as you shear their bodies in half. I don't want to do that. I don't want to kill the bugs. Oh, it could be that the bugs are fixed in place. What would counter fix? Do we know a counter to fix? I feel like we know a counter to fix. How? Yeah. Yeah, we just ran into that. Hold on. So if we cast How, then we shall set the bugs free. We cannot cast How. God fucking damn it. It's just a standard Arby's. I don't know. I've never run into a wizard when I've gone to go get a Meat Mountain Murph. I don't know about that. I guess we'll take another step. Taking another step into the room, you crush another boot's worth of insects. Looking back, you can see your progress marked out in negative space in the rank and file. I feel terrible for doing this. I don't even like squishing bugs, like, in real life. I'm just like, all right, spider, you're in my room. I'll try to take you out, but if it's the middle of the night and you're walking on, like, paper that's on my floor and you're making a sound, then I'll squish you because you're pissing me off. But normally, I try to, like, take them out, place them outside, and call it a night, you know? Or at least out of my room. I don't care if they roam the common grounds. But if there's, like, a daddy long legs in the corner of my ceiling, you know, that homie's free to just, like, vibe there. I don't mind. I like bugs. They don't bug me. At all. Taking another step into the... Okay, alright. Like, I feel like they're fixed in place, but we can't do the counterspell for fix. Dude, real. Daddy long-leg spiders are kind of a goat. Like, of insects. The goated insects. All my homies love daddy long-leg spiders. We gonna rock down to Electric Avenue. Like, I just don't know what the spell is inside of this fucking tower. Like, what is the spell if it's not fix? It might actually be, like, Gak or something. They could be Dawes. Control a non-intelligent creature. It could be that, yeah. We could try to cast, it's not tell. Oh my god. We're going back to the spell book like a few seconds after closing it. I feel like I went past it. I probably did. But if I could control the bugs to part the seas, that would be fire, but... Oh yeah, law. Here we go. So, if they are under law, then I could cast mag to counter that, and they should be able to vibe. Uh-oh. You cast the enchantment, fearing some kind of powerful magic, and since you are right, your spell causes something to break in the air. A moment later, all the bugs are moving. The law spell then countered your mag spell. You're surrounded by them. They swarm up your legs, into your pack, in your tunic, biting and stabbing and cutting at your skin. Run for the door. You run for the door, squishing and squashing more insects you pound against the floor. But you cannot lose the creatures attached to your body. More are drilling into your skin, chewing your tunic to pieces. 100,000 million tiny teeth determined to feast on you. Perhaps the first food they've tasted in years. Uh-oh. You raise your arms to cast a spell. Bugs race up your hands and begin to chew your fingertips. Their feast truly begins. What happens next is perhaps best left undescribed. What is my fate? I've been devoured by 1,000,000 insects. Once again, death grasps you in its icy hands, only to lift you up impossibly high. All right, Zed spells come into our rescue yet again. All right. The spell finishes a blinding net of starlight that winds around your body like a sheet. Is it only by the west wall? We can't... Okay. I've lost another point of maximum stamina. Alright, check myself over. Alright, you pat yourself down. You're quite alive. What more? You have all your possessions, gold, and knowledge intact. The waters lap around the stones on the path which you stand. Where could he have gone? He being the dude who taught us the Zed spell. That's the only thing. Every time I cast the Zed spell, I go back in time. Which, come to think of it, is probably what was happening in Care. This tower gives me my stamina back, I think, though. Yeah, once you're inside, you immediately break out into a smile. This tower might be gloomy, but it's certainly a relief after the ruin outside. Let's look around. Yippee! You have a quick peek around the room, this way and that. It's curiously dark. You pay special attention to the corners, hoping to find something interesting. A colorful spider, maybe. Or something nice. Or some nice, juicy moss. You don't see anything, and after a while, you start to feel a bit let down. The atmosphere of this place is genuinely good for you. What a charming place. Cast a spell. You open your arms to cast a spell and end up falling over backwards and collapsing into giggles. Such a shame there's no one here to enjoy this place with you. It's really quite delightful. Let's leave. All right. You head for the door, but get distracted by the way the view of the world outside moves left and right a little as you move from side to side. Soon you're standing on the spot, just swaying. Leave. But why would you leave? This empty chamber is fascinating. You turn around on the spot a few times to get a full view and fall over. Leave. Leave. You have another try at the door. Stepping out into the open, you feel a headache coming on, as though you've had too much, as though you've drunk too much ale. All right. I just needed the stamina back. Okay. Inside of here is like... What is inside of here again? I think this is like the room of people, like dead people dancing or some shit. So it's the jig tower. All right. So let's try the jig tower again. Try to find the counter to jig. Come to think of it, actually, the counter to jig could be dumb. Like the cause clumsiness. Let's go test that theory. You step out onto the path and follow it a short way. 3 paths meet at this point. In the shadow of the eastern rock. From the eastern tower, you hear the faintest sound of music, but you must keep moving. Eastern tower we go. Come on. The sun begins to dip, heading towards the horizon. You enter the next tower nervously. You return to the room full of dead dancers. They are still locked in their eternal waltz. Across the hall is another door. Cast a spell. I said dumb, right? Dumb would make sense. Just verify that this is cause clumsiness. Jesus Christ. All right. Yeah, cause clumsiness. Surely. There we go. All right. You weave the spell and the music hits a sour note. Dancers begin to careen about, bouncing off the walls into one another. The music becomes tonal, a dissident screech that builds up to an intolerable level. Then it cuts off, and the dancers collapse in unison. A counterspell then. So the spell of clumsiness opposes the enchantment of dancing. With the music stopped, your thoughts clear. Corpses lie still, mere piles of bone, and the silence of the room is almost worse than the cloying music. That's it? That's literally it. Okay. Can't like yoink a bamboo flute or anything? You return to the path and walk a short distance. The wind picks up as the evening draws on. It'll be dark soon. 3 paths meet at this point in the shadow of the eastern rock. The wind picks up a little spray from the water and splashes it onto your face where it stings. Where it touches you. We've been through here like 5 times. We're not going to drop another stone into the water. This tower. Let's go. Uh-oh. I don't like the look of that picture. You approach the next tower, wondering what you will find this time. This chamber is large, circular, and peppered with dark alcoves. The floor is pure marble, as are the walls. In the center, standing on a pedestal of rough stone, is a sculpture of a ram. Let's look around. You scan the room, nothing moves, but the darkness in the alcoves might hide something. Across the room is a set of double doors, large enough that 3 ogres could walk through. Another door leads north, but the path in that direction has crumbled into ruin. Let's look at the statue first. You pause to admire the statue. It's about twice your height, cut smoothly into the glossy rock. The craftsmanship is impressive. Sculpted fur that looks soft enough to touch. There's only one flaw, the lack of pupils, and are instead solid white orbs. You cannot shake the feeling that the statue is looking at you. Okay. Let's think here. There's 2 options. It could be that this room... Where's the petrification spell? I feel like I keep scrolling past it. But there's a spell for petrification, which I think we already know the counter to. But I don't want to, like, unpetrify this dude. We keep scrolling past it or something goofy. I'm telling you. Yeah, we totally do. Here it is, rock. Wait, what was the description of the statue? Twice your hide cut smoothly into the glossy rock. Craftsmanship is impressive. Okay. I'm not going to cast a spell. I'm going to look at the walls. The marble covering the walls and floors is quite exquisite, but peering closer, you notice splintering cracks. What would have caused such damage? Just then, the statue behind you moves. Fuck off. Its marble body groans with strain as it lifts its head to you. It shakes itself, a stone flaking. Two blank eyes are staring you down. It jerks and twitches and raises the leg. It brings a hoof down onto stone. Boom! The air shudders with the force of a single step. Boom! The ram descends from the pedestal, never taking its eyes from you. Before you stands one of the Archmage's deadliest servants, the Sleepless Ram. Boom! You shift your weight, ready to leap or attack, but the ram simply stares, unblinking and unmoving. Then it takes one more hauling step, lowers its head, and begins to charge. Hold on a second, Sleepless Ram. I need to check my notes. Glyph 2. Tower of Floating. Archmage is rarely seen. You found a poem in the inner college. Right. First is fire, second of stone, third is unseen, fourth is unknown. Blood candle. You are given advice in the dark chamber of night to do not light your way with a blood candle. You were told the path to Mampang lies across the Whispering Bridge guarded by the hermit Coletus. Yes. The larder of Throg, do not eat from it. There was something about the Sleepless Ram in the third game. There was some, like, clue on how to defeat him. Alright. You shift your weight, ready to leap or attack, but the ram simply stares, unblinking and unmoving. It takes one more hauling step and lowers its head and begins to charge. Wait for it. You hold your nerve as the creature pounds. Closer. Okay. Oh, fuck. Dude, there was fucking something, but the notes don't have anything. Fuck it. Rodeo. Jump onto its back. You grab and leap onto the creature's back, hoping to settle in place, but it's a hopeless cause. Instead, you vault cleanly over the ram. It turns on a pinhead, rears, and slams down on you with both hooves. Despite its jerky, unnatural movements, the ram is incredibly fast. You spin in the air before bouncing off the ground. Dazed on the ground, you hear the thunderous steps as the creature turns. You look around to see the ram barreling into you once more. Caught by its horns, you are carried bodily across the room until the creature slams you into the wall. The marble cracks under the blow, and you slide on the ground, barely able to breathe. The thing backs off a short way, readying another charge. Get up! You stagger your feet nauseously. By simply entering this room, You have sealed your fate. This is now a fight for your life. All right, let's try to slow him. Where's Dawes? Where's Dawes? Where's Dawes? Boom. 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 Slowness. Consulting the stars, you bind the magic, and it seems that the ram has plunged into water. It begins to charge, and yet is hardly moving. You have a few moments in which to act. Open the door. You tug on the far doors of the chambers, but they do not budge. The effects on the ram will not last much longer. We could try to petrify him. I mean, he's already literally fucking stone, but... Bada bing. Just zap him. I don't have gum. I don't have glue. I can create a wall. That might help. Just give the man depression. That's also an option. Cause clumsiness. That might be kind of funny. Right, I think I can unstone him. Because, I'm trying to remember what it was. I don't want to open up the spell book. It was rock? Or, was it rock? I think fall was the counter spell to rock. Like, let's see. Do we even have an F? We don't have an F. So we can't unstone him. Presumably he's just like a statue. Who's enchanted. Because that's what I thought initially. I'm like, yo, like, let me like explore the room because this dude is like being a goofball. We might be able to yap to him. Wait, can we yap to him? Put him to sleep. Wait. Do we have an N? We don't have an N. Fuck. Wall. Counters pop. Wait, yeah, hold on. Let's just give him the good old America treatment. Okay, we don't have pop either. We can't just blow him up. God damn it, dude. We can't do gum. Are we gonna die again already? Okay, what does DOP do? It's an option. Alright. You gather the stars once more. The double doors fly open and begin to fall shut under their own weight. You dive quickly through, gasping for air. Fair enough, let's move on. Pray for healing, though. No. Okay, we're fucked. Alright. You stand atop a short walkway between two towers. The stone archway passage holds a doorway, but the door has already been bricked over. The work looks shoddy and rushed. Let's rest for a little bit. You're feeling weak, so you stop to rest and meditate. Another night begins. You should try to find a place to sleep, especially on an empty stomach. Eventually, you get back to your feet once more, somewhat refreshed. Just for a moment, you catch the sound of something muttering, coming from somewhere nearby. Listen. You press your ear to a gap in the mortar. You hear grunting, scratching, and tearing of flesh. There's a thump as something is thrown against the wall. What might be a bone snapping. Okay. So it could be a few things. It could be a rock demon. Let's see. It could be a rock demon. A zob. It could be a gob. What else could it be? Not gonna be Kin. It could just be some dude. I have no clue. Okay. Use something from my pack. You open up your pack and pull out the silver sword. You begin to scrape away the dusty mortar between the bricks. It comes away quickly in lumps. All right, kick the wall. You kick the wall. It bows with the blow, mortar crumbling away. It's weakened. Again. You kick the wall again. The weakened wall does not crumble, but you do hurt your foot. Charge. You push against the weakened spot of the wall where you scraped away the mortar, and it gives way. The bricks crumble inwards, leaving a choking cloud of dust. A moment later, 2 goblins squeeze through the hole, knocking you into the ground in their haste. It seems they were bricked up inside the tower. Look inside the room. The sight that meets your eyes is truly foul. The room within the tower is crowded with goblins, both living and dead. It seems they've been trapped in here for some time. The walls and floors are slick with gore, layers and layers of it. The goblins themselves do not seem to have noticed you yet. They're too busy rolling this way and that, fighting. You watch as a new goblin pops into existence quite from nowhere. She whips her head around in confusion for a second before being tackled to the ground by 3 others. They snap her neck and tear into her flesh, eating her raw. The scene is repeated a moment later in another part of the room. There are clumps of hair and teeth littering the corners. Seems like a party. Let's go in. Stealing your courage and with your hand on your sword hilt, you step inside the foul-smelling tower. The Goblin Room. Jesus fucking Christ. You step into the chamber. The smell is worse than you could have imagined. A few of the goblins look up from their rampant cannibalism and stare at you with their slack-jawed expressions. How long have they been stuck in here? Surely there's a spell to counter this. So, okay. The counter to Yob was big. We don't have a shrinking spell. Hold on. So that logic doesn't follow. But it seems like the game like tries to encompass, at least where it can, logical slash like, okay, what's like the big thing about giants? They're big, right? Therefore, a spell of big would counter their bigness, or something like that. Like, it's a roundabout logic. So it's like, goblins are dexterous, typically. So you would think fall, right? But that doesn't make any sense, because we already have a counter for that, and I don't think spells can double counter. It's not going to be Dawes, but that would be interesting for, like, centaurs or some shit. Which, yeah. So what else could it be? I would say 6, but we already have a thing for that. Raz doesn't make any sense. Let's see here. This makes absolutely no sense. SSS? No. A walk, maybe, but we don't have any gold, so we can't cast that. Walk doesn't make sense. Maybe Dop, because they're typically like, you know, little greedy fuckers trying to rob people. Oh, wait, hold on. That actually makes a lot of sense. It could be Dud. It could be Dud, because like goblins love treasure. Let's see. Hold on. Let's see what we can actually cast, because I don't know. A Dud seems to be an option. Let's see. Let's fucking go. Okay. All right. You craft the enchantment, hoping to distract them with treasure, but none appears. Instead, there's a wretched sound and the goblins disappear. A counterspell then, so the spell of goblin summoning is negated by that of false treasure. Inside the tower, only corpses remain. The door to the east is closed and the door to the west wall is open. Search the goblin corpses. You rifle through a few of the goblin carcasses, but to no avail. These must have been sorry creatures. Normal goblins would rather die than live without a few gold pieces in their pocket. These ones did not even have teeth in their mouths, perhaps as a result of whatever magic was conjuring them there. Search the room. All right. You search the corners of the room, finding clumps of hair, scraps of bones, the remains of the endless cycle of goblins that have occupied this place, and still no teeth. Didn't they say there was teeth? Then at the very bottom of the mess of hair and rags, you find something silver. I feel like they said that there was like piles of teeth, but whatever. Pick it up. Gingerly, you reach into the wreckage of bodies and pull up on a long silver chain from which hangs a small silver key. Curious. All right, let's open the eastern door. You try and the door is now up. You try, the door is locked. Try the silver key. You try the silver key in the eastern lock of the door and it turns. These poor stupid creatures. The key was in here all this time, but they were too busy eating each other to notice. There's nothing here but death. You cannot leave fast enough. Can I not eat goblins? I have 0 rations. Let me chow down on some goblin meat. Like, come on. I realize they're sentient and all, and that's wrong, but, you know, doesn't stop me from being hungry. You know, make some goblin shish kebabs, something like that. You make your way along the walkway between 2 towers. The moon moves slowly across the dark sky. All around, you sense the powerful aura of starlight washing through this place like icy seawater. And the tower at your back is no more reassuring. All right, look over the edge. Looking down, you see other paths snaking between towers, but the drop is not inconsiderable. Move along. You walk away from the railings and consider the towers instead. Let's try the north tower. All right. From the tower behind you, you hear a sudden gibbering cry. A horde of ravenous goblins pour from the now open tower door and scatter in all directions. You've not seen a horde like it since the Gates of Care. All right, watch them. You stand back and watch as some hurl themselves off the walkway into the water while others scale the tower, not paying any attention to you. A few minutes later, the hue and cry is over. They've all gone, disappearing into the distance across the college. With luck, you will not meet any of them again. You approach the tower door. It is well preserved and quite intact. Fucking Goblin City out here, like Jesus Christ. All right. Let's open. You grasp the cool handle and push open the door. Nothing jumps out. All right, let's look over the door. You inspect the door, but find no hidden latches or secrets. Unlike most of the doors you've seen in the college so far, this one is in good condition, with few splinters or nicks. A thick layer of dust clings to it. There's the remains of a sign on the wall next to the door, but the only word you can make out is only. The other words have been gouged away with a knife point. Oh. Let's take a quick sleep first. I'm not going to eat. Dream. All right. You roll over trying to sleep but cannot rest. After a while, you get to your feet and begin to walk through the darkness. Crumbling walls and broken towers move past on either side. You're walking past an old crumbling building when you hear voices. Stop to listen. You listen, leaning against the wall. It seems like a distant crowd, too far even to be on the other side of the wall. What are those voices coming from? Look over the wall. Looking over the wall, you spot a missing brick. A green-gray mold has covered the gap, coating the interior with fuzz. Look at the mold. You lean down to peer at the mold and realize the voices are growing louder. Poke it! You poke at one of the mold clumps, which squishes slightly. It springs back into shape quickly, and a chorus of screams emanate from it, the mold itself. But then something else catches your eye. Movement. Hundreds of tiny specks swarm across the surface of the brick, fleeing the spot you are poking. What could they be? Follow the movement. You watch the hypnotic patterns in the mold, moving this way and that. They seem to grow as you stare, becoming first veins, then branches, then finally streets and roads. The world around you is filling with gray, and the air turns to fuzz and smoke. Then you are sitting in a valley of soft, gray grass. Look around. You get to your feet and take in the scenery. The hills around you are a riot of greens and purples. Blotches of strange growths make dancing patterns, and everything is covered in fine fuzz. What the fuck is going on? Look up. Overhead is the pitted underside of the next brick wall. It's rather like being in a cavern open on one side. The place you came from is indistinct. Everything out there is so large now, it's nearly impossible to discern. The hill you are sitting on obscures most of your vision. Perhaps you could get a better view from the top. Climb the hill. You climb the hill for a better view. You look down into the valley, ringed by hills. Nestled at the foot is an extraordinary sight. Creatures. They are hard to make out from this distance, but you see them hurrying to and fro in their huts. From this distance, they appear to be shapeless blobs, as the same color as the mold. They have recovered from your poking, though their movements are still rushed. They move along the ground, simply rolling. It seems you have been spotted. Uh-oh! Run! You turn to run, but cannot make progress through the sticky mold underfoot. Behind you, you hear a voice calling, "Welcome! We are the Gillis, and this is our home." I might have been. It seems that's what's going on. You have been summoned by Mukor's magic. Would you come down to the village? Who is Mukor? Gillis bounces up and down. Mukor is the leader of Brak, and the original ancestor of my people. Mukor traveled here from another world and sees into other worlds. Will you come and see Mukor? It has been decreed that you will help us. Sure. The glyphis puffs up with pleasure. Excellent. This way, please. You will notice most do not speak your tongue. I myself only learned it through careful study of passing thunderstorms. I got tiny, yeah. You follow the group down the hill, chatting with your escort. You follow them into a village built on thousands of levels and thousands of directions, made of spindles and spires and webbed threads. Creatures gather around you, pawing at your body, your clothing and possessions, fascinated and appalled and uninhibited. Where did you come from? Nothing in Menpeng truly dies, the mold returns with one voice. This place is too old, and yet it lives. They try to feed you from the rotten meat around which the village is built. One tries to caress you with tendrils pushed deep in your nostrils. You cough and choke violently as the mold fills your eyes and mouth. Sleep will not heal you if you have not eaten. All right, the walkway. During the past day, you lost a little bit of maximum stamina, died again, and found 2 new clues. You get to your feet, shivering slightly in the morning chill. Okay. Gorilla, heal us. Open the door. All right. Oh, hold on. This is the only door. And we heard enter. Or not cast a spell. Hold on. Enter. You step through the doorway, only to find yourself back outside. The door closed once more. All right, listen. Listen at the door. You press your ear to the door, but hear nothing. Look under the door. You lie on your stomach, receiving a thorough coating of dust, peering through the gap in the door. You spy the legs of a chair and what appears to be a small table placed next to it. You see nothing else, no feet or other furniture. The room appears quite small. Okay. We could try. What's his law again? Laws. Cast a spell to control non-intelligent creatures. All right, let's. All right. I think it was like a goofy dream Murph, honestly, of some way, of some form and function. It was bizarre. I'm gonna use the restroom while I try to think about what the fuck to do here. I'll be right back. I am done pissing. I expect congratulations. Okay. So either our memories getting erased or we're getting controlled or something goofy is happening here, right? You step through the doorway only to find yourself back out on the other side. The door closed once more. What the fuck is happening here? The only thing we saw is the words like only, I think, something like that. Yeah, the word only and the rest of the sign was scratched out. Employees only. This is actually what happens if you try to sneak into an employee-only zone as a non-employee. Resurrect the dead. Wow. Dop, maybe? Reaching to the constellations above you, create a spell and hear the latch unlock, then the door swings open by itself. Enter. You go through the doorway a second time, but once again you're suddenly faced with a closed door. What is going on here? Okay, so it's not like a trapped door. Okay. We're not being clumsified. We know that's not what's happening. We might be being teleported. That's got to be what's going on, actually. So, open the door. Cast a spell. And we do glue or gum. If we even have gum. I don't think we have gum. How? Let's see. The magic here is powerful. It can be countered, but the magic required is of the most profound and holy. Of the most profound and holy. Is it Zed? So we can't do Zed. Okay, it's saying holy. Maybe it's holy. Maybe it's like the holy is holy water. Aha. Funny, funny. Something like that. Because I just checked for Zed. Enter. Kick the door. Cast a spell. Okay. What the fuck makes sense here? We can't see into the future. Most profound and holy. Alright. Most profound and holy magic. Obviously, it's not res. Most profound and holy magic. Could be Zed. Maybe God? Maybe. Can we cast like mag or something? We could try res again. Just a counter spell. No, yeah. So if it is res, then either we need the item or my like casting thing that I thought of before just doesn't work here. Like where it will let you cast if it's for a counter. We tried remotely unlocking the door with DOP. Talking all languages isn't going to help. I mean, we can do it, so we might as well at least try. Sus. Let's see. You feel no danger. Let's try at least. Alright. Pulling the green wig out, you put it on and cast the spell, but it seems that there is no one to talk to, so the spell has no effect beyond the wig warming your skull. Maybe I can turn myself invisible or something. I have no clue here. It can be countered, but the magic required is of the most profound and holy. Which points to Zed's spell. Or Rez spell. But we can't do either. Maybe we could zip. Looking through the stars, you craft the magic, and the ring of green metal on your finger begins to glow and to glitter. You're suddenly torn through the very air. You appear on the other side of the door. That's fine. I really don't care. Alright, next tower. For such a heavily defended chamber, there is little of magnificence here. The inside of the room is bare, but for a worn-out chair and a small writing table. On the table is an hourglass and a slate. There are 2 doors leading east and west, both closed. Turn the hourglass. You pick up the hourglass, examining it in the light of the door. It is a well-made instrument with brass fittings and fine sand within. Turn it over. You turn over the hourglass and watch the sand run down for a time. Time, intones the hourglass. Peering into the bowl of the hourglass, you spy 1,000,000 grains of sand, tumbling from the top to the bottom. Each grain glimmers for a moment as it passes through the neck, as though, for an instant, it was almost the most important thing in the universe. Then it's gone, replaced by another and another. All are important until the glass is turned again. One end of the glass is different from the other. However, one end unscrews. Let's look closely at the sand. You peer more closely at the sand. Each grain contains a tiny world. Each grain contains an action. There are thousands, one upon the other, upon the next. Who's there? You call out, but there's no reply. You place the hourglass down and look about the room. The sand runs through the hourglass. Let's look at the slate. The slate is full of chalk markings, small, regular ticks that run in a line. You do not see any chalk around. Just leave it alone. Search the room. A thorough search of the room reveals nothing. No hidden doors, no secrets, and no traps. On the floor of the room are 4 large grooves. The hourglass finishes running. Let's look at the grooves. The 4 grooves are large but not enormous, and have no practical function. They lie side by side in the center of the tower, each running east to west. Look at the slate again. The slate is full of chalk markings, small regular ticks that run in a line. You do not see any chalk around. So rub out the markings. You rub out the chalk markings, leaving the slate blank. The hourglass is running once more. Look at the slate again. There are still markings on the slate. You must have missed them, surely. Rub them out. You've already done this. Turn the hourglass again. Turn it over. One more time, the hourglass intones as you turn over the hourglass and watch the sand run down it for a time. Unscrew the top of the hourglass. You begin to turn the top of the hourglass. It unscrews easily enough. All that is done can be undone, intones the voice, even that which cannot be done. The top of the hourglass is now open. Turn the glass over. You go to turn over the glass when something gives you pause. Clearly wrapped inside this hourglass is some terrible, powerful magic. Perhaps if you do not know what it is, you should not invoke it. Fuck it, we ball. You lift the hourglass, making it turn over. This action is irrevocable. If you do not truly understand its consequences, you should consider not doing it. All that is done can be undone, intones the voice, even that which cannot be done. Let's not do it then. You screw the lid back before the sand can be lost. You feel yourself gasping slightly. I don't know if that's like the actual game giving us a warning or if this is like part of the puzzle. Turn the glass once more. Time again. Put the glass down. The hourglass stops. Sit on the chair. Look at the slate. Rub out the markings. Look at the slate. Okay. What the fuck is going on here? It's like Groundhog Day. I have no clue. Okay, leave it alone. Leave. I'm just confused. Like, I'm just sitting here trying to fucking think. Glyph 4. You found a glyph 4 in the Tower of Time. Okay, that makes sense, and I think it is the Zed spell. Which is why I didn't want to do anything with the fucking hourglass, because I'm presuming that... Yeah. Just yeah. Another walkway leading between two doors. The southern door is closed while the northern door hangs ajar. Look at the southern door. You approach the tower door. The door on this side is exactly the same as the door on the other, except there's no sign. Open the door. You turn the handle again, the door swings open once more. Enter and reappear. Okay. Leave the door. You turn away from the door once more and head away from the tower. You continue on your walkway to the next tower. Okay. You make your way across the stone walkway, arching high into the air above the swirling waters that pool below, until you reach the next curious tower. The air stirs a little, still cold but fresh. The tower contains a large circular room. A few steps in, however, you begin to lose your bearings. Though the tower itself is a simple, clear space, there's something disorienting about it. Perhaps it is because there are so many doors, between 20 and 30, at a rough guess. Worryingly, in the middle of the floor lies a skeleton. Okay. Look at the skeleton. You look over the skeleton. It seems perfectly intact, curled up as though asleep. There are no signs of injury, no shattered bones or twisted limbs. Fragments of cloth remain here and there. All right, let's look at the fragments. Looking more closely at the fragments, you see that they are not the robes of a sorcerer or a merchant, but the rags of a peasant, some local of Mampang, perhaps. Under one flap of cloth, you find a simple bronze ring that has fallen from a finger joint. I don't know. You can't suss. How? How? You move the starlight in order around you. A calm voice begins to speak to you. There are many more doors here than there appear. In fact, all the doors are here, but I will lead you to an exit. With that, the room begins to move in alignment, into an alignment you can understand. The effect is quite giddy. What? What is going on? What is this tower? Is this tower... I have no clue. I want to cast a spell, though. I feel like far would be useful here. It's deeply confusing. Take the ring. All right. You pick up the ring and slip it into your pocket. It's of no use for magic, and it will not be worth anything. Yet it might be useful somewhere. All right, let's look at the doors. You turn your attention to the doors, set at regular spaces around this place. There are about 60 or 70 of them. You can no longer tell which door is the one you came from. Leave the chamber. With the aid of the spell, you feel fairly confident which door is which. Time to put it to the test. Let's head this way. Try to clear the towers. So we cleared the sides first. And then we'll clear... I think here's what we'll do. We'll clear this side. We'll move up, we'll clear this, head down here, go up here, then go back down here. It's the most reasonable, I think. The path passes the base of the tower, set into the other side of the upper mountain peak itself. But even the peak of Mampang is dwarfed by the endless mountains of Upper Zaman, stretching far away northwards like a turbulent gray ocean. You pause, taking on the endless vista. These lands are cruel and cold, a part of the world not made for humans, but they are still inhabited by low creatures, by birds, by a few strange, sapient reptiles. Nowhere in the old world is truly empty, except perhaps these towers through which you now walk. A few clouds scud across the sky. You follow the path and make your way to the next tower, uncertainly. What is this place? Why was it built? The interior of the tower is quite empty, except for a brass sphere in its center, caped with a black cloth. Look at the black cloth. The black cloth is draped over the top of a gently rotating sphere. There's nothing remarkable about it. Look at the sphere. The sphere rotates slowly, smoothly, on some invisible gimbal. Perhaps it is lightly floating. Let's remove the cloth from the sphere. I don't even know what I clicked. You whipped out on the black cloth away from the brass sphere. Nothing happens except you uncover a dull, gray-white circle set into the sphere. It is as though the whole ball encases whatever this is. You run your finger over the white circle. There's definitely something buried deep inside the sphere. Something that feels like dry wood or too warm stone. It takes a moment to place. It is bone. Huh. What? Okay, hold on. This has to be walk. Surely. Like, that's the only thing that makes sense. So maybe... What would be a counter to walk? Creates a small metal shield. I guess walk creates a shield, the raz creates... like sharpen something, so those naturally kind of counter each other. Do the other force fields have a counter? Yeah, the other force fields have a counter. So let's try Raz here. Even though we don't have beeswax, hopefully it'll work. All right, missing a vital item. Let's knock it. You nudge the sphere gently, and it bobs away from its socket, then back again, continuing to turn. Open the sphere. You hunt across the surface for the sphere for some kind of catch, but find nothing. Whatever is inside seems to have been molded into place. What would this be? I mean, it's floating, so... What counters Zen? Zap? Fuck it, we ball. Get it because it's a sphere? Haha, I'm so funny. My god. Alright, zap this hell. Let's see. Alright. You weave the enchantment, building up a charge of electrical energy in your palm. Fire at the sphere. You unleash the bolt at the sphere, which explodes into a violent fume of twisted metal. For a moment, you see the face of bone spiraling upwards to the air, but then is turned to ash. You turn and head quickly back out of the broken tower. I don't think that was how we were supposed to solve that. You step back out onto the path to make your way along it. As the morning moves on, the wind begins to rise. Let's go back in. Yeah, no, we weren't supposed to. I thought it's floating, so it's like, you know, might as well try to counter. I don't know, man. All right. You return to the path and followed a short way. As the sun climbs toward its zenith, the wind picks up a little. The middle of the day is hot. You approach the next tower. A gloomy silence descends. This chamber is empty save for a few crates stacked against one wall. Thick dust covers the floor with no visible footprints. A storeroom? Look around. You step into the room and kick up a small cloud of dust as you walk in. The air inside is shimmering. Then suddenly you are blinded by a dazzling glare. You shield your eyes, fearing an attack, but instead a calm voice declares, "Do not fear me. You have nothing to fear." You're welcome. The voice is littling, beautiful, calm, familiar. My friend, the voice continues, surely you know me. And then you know her voice and fall to your knees. Libra! Yes, I am Libra, she replies. I've come to help you again, but at great risk. We must speak quickly. Then you must go. Something sus here, something sus here, something sus here. I don't trust this. I don't trust this at all. I think there is like a sign of worship or something here. Yeah, God. When the spell's cast, any creature will take immediate liking to the caster, will also offer aid, or this illusion spell can only be performed. Yeah. So it's God. This is the God Tower. Okay, what would counter? What spells can we cast? Cause sleepiness, which requires a brass pendulum, which we have. Does not say that we know its counter. Zap counters Zen. Dim counters Kid. How counters something. Fix. Illusion of worship is what we're currently thinking is going on here. Cause depression doesn't make any sense to counter illusion of worship. Then again, in the depression tower, it was like, oh, the gods, yada yada yada, so maybe. Can we do sus? No, sus counters Gak, which makes sense. Actually, fuck it, let's try nap. Worst thing is it's gonna bounce back on us. Oh shit. Consulting the constellations overhead, you bind the spell, bringing out the pendulum. But as you swing it, the atmosphere of the room warps. It has no effect on Libra at first, but then the light is blurred until it's gone. A counterspell then. So, the magic of sleep counters the pattern of worship. That makes no fucking sense. That makes, like, literally no logical sense. But I guess now we can pass through the sleep tower. My god. The light vanishes, revealing a goblin standing in the middle of the room. He's wearing a long blonde wig. He raises his hands. It's not what it looks like. You draw your sword, the goblin steps back. All right, let's not be hasty. I ran from the other tower. The goblin holds up the wig helplessly. Don't ask me where I got this from. The goblin adjusts his wig. Look, I'm just upset. I'm just as upset about this as you are. Tell me what you know of this place. I know little, he says, already ducking to avoid a blow. I escaped from this tower along with the other goblins in it. That's a horrible place. Don't go there. Then I made it through the other towers. The creature shudders. This place is terrible. Why are you doing this? I'm hiding. You charged in here, then I started bowing. I just played along. Why are you wearing a wig? The goblin shrugs. Believe it or not, I was trying to hide underneath it. What it's doing here, I cannot honestly say. I have no idea. I don't want to know. Well, now that we have bonded so well, I assume you'll be leaving peacefully, the goblin asks, with desperation in its face. I'll search the room. You go to search the room but find nothing. It is truly empty. Sometimes I see a rat running through, the goblin says, but nothing else. Threaten the goblin. You threaten to skewer the goblin, and he shrinks away. Without the spell around him, he is quite powerless. Please don't hurt me. I know nothing. He cowers, expecting the worst. Do we kill him? He might have treasure. Treasure. Like, we should be able to get a jewel of gold somewhere, which is required for the god spell. I feel like he has it. He just doesn't want to give it up. I have no clue. Listen, let's spare the guy. You decide to spare the creature, who falls over and thanks. You're a kind adventurer, he says. All those rumors are probably false. I will not give... I have nothing to give you in thanks unless you'd like my wig. He removes it and offers it to you. It smells awful. Hold on. I feel like we have the wigs that we need, I think. Green-haired wig. I have no clue. Do we take this goblins thing? Fuck it, man. Why not? I'll accept it. You accept the wig and put it on. It does little for your appearance. Come with me. You suggest. The goblin peers at you. You do realize I'm not your lemur god or whatever it is. Of course I do. Then I'm not going anywhere with you, the goblin replies. I'm not dragging myself after you, just so you can eat me when you when you first get hungry. He sits down sharply, cross-legged on the floor. You leave this pitiful creature behind without another word. Okay. Northwest. You hurry over another walkway, higher in the air than you'd expected, towards the next tower. You enter the tower. 5 other figures step up from almost identical... 5 other figures step in from identical-looking doors placed evenly around the walls. It's the 6th spell. So we do the mirror spell. I forgot what it is. What is the mirror spell? Kin. Look at them. You watch the newcomers from the safety of the doorway, and they do mostly the same, but one rushes quickly across the room and lifts another into the hand and calls out a greeting. Return the greeting. You return the greeting with the stranger who spoke. One of them rushes the others away from the far door. 2 others cross into the middle of the room. Across the room. From outside, you clearly saw this tower only had 2 doorways, so you head directly forwards, aiming for the door on the other side. One of the others does the same, while 3 stay put, looking this way and that. The last stranger calls out a greeting. Several of the other figures in the room have begun crafting spells. A moment later, everything goes crazy. Lightning bolts from one figure at another who's wearing a black face mask. Blinding light comes out from the hands of the one who stands opposite, while you are suddenly feeling very depressed. One disappears completely. Leave by the far door. You head quickly across the room, but the one with the face mask turns and frightens you back. Call for order. You call for order, but the figures are too busy with their own squabbles. One has fallen to the floor in sobbing despair, while another has blown himself up with a pebble. You hurry from the insanity of this room, just as one figure tosses a glowing pebble at your feet, which explodes to the ground, sending stone fragments in all directions. You escape without serious injury. Okay. Oh my god, the goblin's pissed. You return to the goblin where the you return to the tower where the goblin attempted to trick you. The goblin remains. Most likely he has nowhere else to go. You again. Have you not humiliated me enough? You leave the pitiful creature once more. Thin heat beats down from an empty sky. You cross the waters and push your way into the next tower. Boldly. The outside of this tower is overgrown, and inside the foliage is thicker still. The floor and walls are thick with plants, and the plants themselves are dripping with overripe berries. Purple liquid pools across the stone, and purple fog arises from it. Smell it. You sniff the fog tentatively. The smell is overly sweet, almost rotten. It makes you gag slightly. All right, look for doors. Let's get the fuck out of here. Peering across the miniature jungle and through the haze, you make out another door across the room. Cross. You take a few steps further into the tower. Every footstep crushes plants and berries underfoot, staining your heels, sending up new clouds of purple fog. The sweet smell grows more cloying as you go. The plants get deeper further in. Keep going. You keep on through the thickening foliage. Bushes grow up from cracks in the stones on all sides, and hang down in vines and creepers from the ceiling. Dim light gently fills the room, though it hardly seems enough for so much growth. You are now in the middle of the tower, where the purple fog is at its thickest. Look at the bushes. You lean down and look through the bushes to the stone floor below. The plants seem to be growing in little or no soil, sustained by some magic. Your fingers move across a scratch in the ground. The mark is a single scratched line, but clearly carved. There's nothing else in the stone nearby. Smell the fog. You take a deep breath in, taking the fog into your nose and mouth. You start to feel much better. Again. All right. You take another deep breath, but this time you do not feel much better for it, and the smell starts to churn your stomach. You stamp and squelch the far side of the tower, and nothing onto occurs. The bushes thin out once more near the door, and fresh air beckons. You enter the tower once more. Inside is okay. Let's do how so we know where we're going. Is it? What is this? Sorry, I had to turn into like alarm clock reel there, right there for a second. My bad. Okay. The spell could be something like cause stupidity. That's an option. That makes sense. Is it dim? I think it's dim is the cause stupidity. And kid is cause illusions, right? Yeah. So if we cast kid, then we should be able to counter. Surely. We can't cast kid. Okay, fuck it, we cast how. Don't care. Leave the chamber. Alright. And we couldn't get past this one, so... Actually, where... Does this teleport us everywhere? No. We can only go to, like, this side of the college. Okay. Northwest, then. The sun is beginning to lower and the air begins to cool. You approach the next tower. You venture into the room as black as a coal mine. There's no light in it. Even the sunshine at your back does not reach you in this space. As you step in, the door behind you slams shut. You're now in complete darkness. It warned me explicitly to not light a blood candle, but I don't have a sun gem. So here we are. We could try to counter it. You craft the spell and you are greeted with a strong sense of trepidation around you. It seems you've already fallen into the trap. You must rely on your wits to navigate out. We could try a sun jewel. Okay. We could try a how. Fuck it, walk forward. You walk forward and slice your leg on something. Feeling carefully with your toe, you realize the floor is littered with spikes. Your imagination begins to race. What might be waiting in this darkness? The door behind you is roughly to the south. You fix the direction in your mind, determined not to become turned around in this darkness. Okay. Door behind you is roughly to the south. Let me think here. Oh, man. The fuck do we get out? We could try the door. You try the door at your back, but it won't budge. The only way is onwards into the dark. East. You blunder forwards, directly onto a spike set in the wall at chest height. It pierces your forearm. Reaching out with cautious fingers, you find the way is blocked to the south and east. Try west. You're back at the entrance right where you started. Okay. North. You step with your full weight only to recoil, as a sharp spike of something pierces the sole, your boot sole, and skewers your foot. Probing in the darkness, you cannot proceed to the north or west. Go east. God fucking damn it. Okay, I'm using the compass. You pull out the compass with a broken needle and grip it tightly in your hand. Despite not pointing north, its unwavering needle provides steady reassurance. Slowly, you regain your bearings. You step, feet pressing down on another spike. You are nicked and cut, but still going. You feel yourself growing confused and turned around, but the compass keeps you steady. Okay, go east. You edge in a direction you think is east, safe for the moment. But will that last? Probing with your foot, you find a forest of spikes along the floor to the east. Okay. But to the north. You step onto another spike. This one punches clean through your foot. You carefully pull it out, feeling cool metal against the inside of your muscles. You're bleeding from several wounds. South. You're blessed with a rare patch. You're blessed with a bare patch in the ground. Despite a brief respite, you must keep moving. Gorilla. No. All right. Can we zip? Zob. Maybe we could just float. All right. Reaching up to the stars, you create the magic, and the medallion begins to glow as you gently rise into the air. That will prevent you from stepping on anything sharp. You blunder forwards into a relative safe patch of the maze. All right. West. You glide over some spikes on the ground. This chamber is wearing you down as slowly and assuredly as a whetstone grinding a blade. West. You smash into a blade on the front of the wall as you feel your way. Solid walls block the path to the west and south. Go north. You're back by the entrance, right where you started. Go south. God damn it. We're gonna die in here. Go east. Go east. Go east. Go west. Go west. Go north. Go south. Jesus fucking Christ. Go west. God fucking damn. I'm about to die. Gorilla, please. God damn it. Go east. Go north. You cannot go further to the east or north. Go south. Go north. Go west. God fucking damn it, dude. Okay. Go north. Okay. North relative safe patch. Go north. Go east. North, east. Northeast. South. North, north, east, south. Okay. I went north, north, east, south. Right? Oh my fucking god. Hmm. We went north, north, east, south. Let's go north. West. South, south. Right. Let's see if we can open the door with Dop to get the fuck out. Oh, I'm dead. Magical forces tear through your body, stripping it of all energy and life until you are nothing but a discarded husk. You've been consumed by magic. My god. I didn't even realize. I knew I was at... I knew I was at very low, not mana, but... I know I was very low, but I kind of didn't at the same time. Okay. Go in here. Regain some stamina. Look around. Sit down. Look at the doors. Look at the floor. Hee hee. Alright. What's up with all this happiness? Leave. 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 Cool. Alright. That's all we needed. Okay. Move on. Continue. West path. Alright. Okay, you approach a tower built into the wall of the citadel. There is no door, at least, on this side. You hear a sound like scratching. Listen. You listen more closely. The scratching is mixed with gentle mewling. Investigate. You feel across the stone wall, but it seems pretty solid. The mewling is clearly louder with your ear pressed closed. Mew back. You meow back with enthusiasm. Nothing responds. The tower wall appears to be solid stone. This is the cat tower. Hmm. What spell can I cast? Like, there are cats. I'm confused. I literally just been sitting here like, what the fuck is going on? I think it's probably reaching that point where my brain just doesn't even like register that I'm playing a game anymore. It usually happens around the 4-hour mark if I'm alone. But Mew. Um Hit it with the how. Real quick, real quick. You weave the spell. A steady voice enters your mind. There's a cat about. Perhaps it would like a friend. Knock on the wall. Kick the wall. Goddamn. Okay, let's move on. You return to the path and walk a short distance. The sun begins to dip, heading towards the horizon. Another junction. A low tower to the west is set into the citadel. Another tower blocks your way north. The wind picks up a little, spray from the water and splashes on your face. Yada yada yada. We've been here before and before and before and before. The path across the water ends outside the next tower. Despite there being a door, you cannot go further. It's surrounded by a curious, shimmering shield. Touch the shield. You run your hands over the smooth force field. It's definitely magical in nature. It has the subtle give and deep strength of a force field bubble. But how is it so large, and how has it lasted for so long? And who is casting it? Peer through the shield. Peering through the shimmering force field, you make out some kind of room beyond. There's a table, what appears to be a small pile of yellow sand. The tower is clearly shielded by some kind of spell. Yellow sand. Hold on. I think this is a walk, and the yellow sand is just gold. I think. That would make sense. But I don't think I can counter walk. So I think we might be done here. Like, we just can't continue. Strike the shield. I'm not going to wade out into the water. That seems like a terrible idea. Let's move on. Every path seems weighted down with sadness and oppression. Felt. Can relate. Okay. So because we don't have... We can't really continue through here at all because we're missing some magical components. I'd say let's just fucking continue. Let's go back here. Probably a sunstone inside of here. Just go grab that. Make our way over. Because we're missing... What are the main components we're missing right now? We're missing that. We're missing a bamboo flute. We're missing a vial of glue. Nose plugs. A jewel of gold. A gold-backed mirror. Fire water. Yellow powder. And a sun jewel. And a crystal orb. And holy water. Alright. The path leads back towards the hubbub of the city. The sun is sinking. Soon it will be dark once more. You continue along the road. The sun is now in its lowest quarter of the sky. You pass a side street leading off into a maze of smaller streets and alleys. All right, side street. Up here. Keep walking. All right, yeah, we've gone through that interaction several times. Let's go over here, because I think there was a lady over here that we didn't get like an interesting interaction with. You make your way along the quiet, debris-strewn alley. There's nothing here but silence and the faintest smell of death. Go over the buildings. The buildings here are clearly inhabited, used only by Mampang's lowest strata of society. These are people without hope. Suddenly, a door bursts open next to you. A woman sprints out, then slams it closed, leaning against it as she takes a series of heaving breaths. Look at her. She is dressed in a loose cloth shirt, with a bandana tied across her forehead. A notched cutlass hangs from her belt. She looks at you after catching her breath. Can I help you? Who are you? Who are you? She bows extravagantly. Rana Golandhi, at your service. I just emerged from a small disagreement with some goblins. Nothing to worry about, really. Huh. Okay, I'm trying to remember what dialogue line we went through with her before, so I don't do it again. Because I think we just started the same dialogue tree. I think I had asked about the disagreement. Do you need help? Not really, she replies.
The goblins and I were just disagreeing certain irregularities in their finances. Ranny is flustered by your stoicism and throws up her hands. Fine, I think we just went down the exact same line, yeah. Okay. We totally did. Hmm. Broken buildings. Here's what I'm going to try to do. Sleep under a stall, why not? Close eyes. Don't care. Side of the market. You lost a little bit of maximum stamina, died again, and found 2 new clues. Yippee. You're awoken roughly by a stall owner kicking you out from under her stand. By the time you scrambled up, you've sustained some minor bruising. You could head out in several directions from here. We're going all the way over here. We're going to try to get to the bonfire to cook our fucking food. Alright, let's look at the pillory. I want to try to, like, beat this game in this run. Alright, a prisoner stoops half asleep in the stocks. Look at the alley. Alright. Let's free the prisoner. We're in a guard's thing. Walk over to the pillory. Behind it, a gallows looms, noose swaying in the breeze. As the morning moves on, the wind begins to rise. A prisoner is here, dressed in rags. The skin on his neck and wrists have been rubbed raw by the wood. He lifts his head, just enough to scowl as you approach. I could free you. He looks at your disguise and shrugs. Of course you could. Any of you could. But you won't. Will you? In return for information, perhaps. Whatever I can tell you, I will, he hisses back, but quickly before someone notices. I'm gonna dop, and then this dude can go. Consulting the stars, you bind the magic. The spell is formed, but the lock refuses to budge. The lock is infused with minimite blood, the prisoner explains. It makes it impervious to magic. With a mutter, he adds, I wish someone had bathed the body. I wish someone had bathed the bloody archmage in that stuff as a baby. Smash the lock. Okay, what else could we do? We don't have the stuff to pep. Can't pop. Hmm. I don't know. How do I free this guy? Sorry, I had to mute myself there for a second. All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna save right here. I'm gonna come back to this. I wanted to finish it this stream, but I just also realized I have homework that I need to do, and I'm very hungry. So I'll probably return to this, depending on how things go, Saturday, Friday, something like that. We'll see. But I'll catch y'all later.